All right. Well, my name is Elder. Welcome back to the Open Debate, place where we like to get together for hard conversations, hard discussions, and, do just that. This is a place for unfiltered humans. Speak while you can. If you'd like to help support the channel, you can always hit up the PayPal at Open the Debate, or just show up, share the content, comment on things, be here in the chat. That helps just as much. I thank you all very much for being here. So, if anybody has anything going on inside their head that they would like to speak about, the floor is open, the lines are clear, you are able to join at the moment. Make sure that you join if you'd like to have your voice heard. This is a place for absolutely everybody, and I appreciate you all being here. Oh, with that being said, there have been many things happening throughout the day. A lot of interesting stories in the news, and yeah, I'm sure that we could all use a little bit of unwinding. So, the Open Debate, it is a place for you to say whatever you would like, whether that is, do you believe in ghosts? Do you believe in aliens? Do you believe that the Egyptians built the pyramids like we were speaking about the other night? Absolutely any of this stuff. It's all on the table. So if you'd like to come out, join the conversation, make sure that you hit the request to join button, and we will get everything set up here. But yeah, it's been a good day. So it's not been a good day for some. It's not and for others, they can rejoice in the fact that they are living comfortably for the time being. So it's all about perspectives. How do you feel? Where are you at? What are you thinking? Will I join the army for World War III? It's a good question. That's a question that I pose to everybody else. I'm not about to answer that quite yet, but I'd like to hear the opinions of other people in the chat if they're willing to give their opinion. I'd like to hear it. As the host of the channel, I like to try to keep things as neutral as possible, and so I don't want to give my opinion too much until it is necessary. Sometimes I do interject, and it's hard not to. But new to the whole game, new to the whole host game. I want to be known as a renegade and fly jets, population says. Well, yeah, the idea of war is, it's a lot more romantic than war itself, I would say. But if you have a different opinion, feel free to pop in, hit the co-host button, request to join. We'll get the conversation started here very soon. I hope that you all out there are comfortable in the houses that you are living in, and having a good evening, safe, and okay. At the very least, everybody is okay. That's all I could hope for. A pacifist. Um, all depends. In this role that I'm playing now, definitely have to be a pacifist. But yeah, no, trying to keep things as neutral as possible. If you have an opinion one way or the other, you're welcome to voice it. And whether you're for or against what's happening, I'm definitely here to listen to what your opinions are and the information around why you've come to those conclusions. That's what it's all about: learning why people feel the way they do, and listening to the way people do feel, really, in the end. So if you'd like to join the conversation, make sure to hit the co-host button down below, and we will get a conversation started. It's hard for me to ramble on by myself. Sometimes I do it. Here we are talking, and I appreciate everybody who's in the chat giving their opinions. Happy Friday, gentlemen. I hope that everyone's having a good Friday out there, and yeah, if you are living a comfortable life at the moment, then don't take that for granted, and celebrate tonight in even a small sense of just going to bed without worry. And I think that is something that a lot of people should keep in mind. But yeah. But yeah, guys, yeah. If anybody would like to join the chat, make sure to co-host down below. Request to join. Pop in the chat and let me know what's going on in your head, what you're thinking. That's what it's all about. That's what this whole show, this whole channel is about. If you're into that sort of thing, make sure that Make sure that you stick around, make sure that you follow, and that's what we do. After somebody joins, people are more open to giving their opinions. Sometimes it just takes that one person to stand up and say, "I have something that I want to say." No matter what it is, doesn't matter. We're here to listen, and that's what this channel is all about. If you'd like to say something, come on in, and we will listen. We will discuss pyramids. Bob says, "Let's debate. Let's do it. Let's all get in it. Let's do this. Let's debate, guys." This guy's baked. That's a good sign. It's a good sign. Shows that he's on a good level for a Friday evening. Crazy triangles. Debate gene editing. You for or against? Oh, gene editing. Debate gene editing. Well, if you come on in, we can debate it. Gene editing. I could go either way. I can have the debate either way. I'm pretty open to the ideas and opinions that surround most things, and yeah. Well, you don't have to have your camera on, Bob, but you do have to have 1,000 followers, which sucks because they don't let you go live without it. If we could figure out a little loophole around that, another way to get people into the chat, I'd love to know. If you guys have an idea, then let me know in the comments below. Ways that we could have everybody come on, anybody, so that you don't have to just have 1,000 followers. If there's another platform that I could interject into the streams and we could all be able to call in or do whatever in any which way, I think that would be very good, because I'm sure there are individuals out there who just don't have the follower count in order to go live that have a lot of things to say, and they deserve to have their voices heard as well. So, let me know. I'd love to know. Also, if you want to join the chat, make sure to hit the co-host button for request to join. I'll hop you in, I'll pop you into the chat, and we will get going here. We will have a good conversation, and yeah, guys. It's Friday night. We don't have to talk about anything serious, but we can. It is what it is. Whatever's on your mind, that's what we're gonna go with in here. Hey there, Brown Indian.
Hello. I'm doing good, bro. How are you?
I'm not too bad. Welcome to the open debate.
Oh, yeah. What is the topic?
We're just having open discussions tonight. Basically asking what's on your mind. What are you thinking about? If there's anything that
Yeah.
is going on inside your head, you want to say something,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
floor
yeah.
is yours.
I have questions for you because that's what is going on in my head. Like, why do you think Russia, is trying to take over Ukraine? Do you know the answer?
I personally don't know the answer. I don't even know if that is just a framing, that the way that the media has put it. When we say take over the Ukraine, I'm open to listening to all sides of the story, because life isn't black and white. And one thing that I've learned is that I can't trust anything that I'm seeing. I do see, which is an interesting thing, that the media is saying one thing, regardless of what the media is saying. We're seeing real videos and real action from the ground inside Ukraine, and the fact that wars are literally being broadcast on TikTok is a really interesting thing for us to see these days.
Hmm.
What do you think?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Some people say Putin just doesn't want NATO to control
Yeah.
Russia and make it like Cuba. Like we know Cuba right now, right? It's an absolute
Hmm.
disaster. And some
Yeah.
people say he's just hungry for power. I don't know. I'm trying to get to
Yeah.
the bottom of it.
I know, and it's really hard, especially from like the Western perspective, because from all my life I've been taught to look at Putin as a bad figure, as like the bad guy. He's like the evil character, and so there's been no real substance behind why. I'm sure there is substance behind why, but it's never been taught to me in a fluent way,
Mm-hmm.
or even
Mm-hmm.
in, it's just been, he's a bad guy, you don't fuck with Russia, Russia's bad. We were talking about this last night. I'd say a whole bunch of people are focusing on the media now when they wouldn't have been
Mm-hmm.
focusing on it if people hadn't have been doing all this stuff with them throughout the past few months, and things hadn't been have been like going a little bit crazier than they were. And now people are focusing on what the media is doing, what they're saying, and how they're seeing things in real life, and realizing that maybe what we're seeing isn't 100% accurate.
But Corey, Russia is not communist. If you know, they have oligarchs and they fucking make a lot of money. They're billionaires. They're not communists. They're like maybe what's his name? Leninist, right? The Lenin was the founder of this USSR.
Hmm.
They're not communist.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that they're like a full out communist country. I think that you could call them communist compared to the United States or compared to Canada,
Mm,
but not. It's not accurate. It wouldn't be an accurate description. It would just be like that's a different type of government than we have, and it's like yeah, it is a much different
yeah,
system. I really don't know, man. Like that's I'm here too. I'm here trying to get answers from
yeah,
people
yeah. Me
that
too.
have backgrounds, that have family members that grew up there, because it's a whole different culture and a whole different history behind it, and there's so much to it. And when you've only been taught this guy's bad, no
Hmm.
explanation why, and even that like
Exactly.
yeah, it's just you don't. I don't know. And now that there's things popping off, I'm not just gonna sit back and say, okay, well Russia's just bad. I need to know why and what's going on.
Yeah, me too. Like, hopefully someone comes up and explains it well. Hopefully.
Yeah,
But
and
I'll
I
stay in
don't.
the chat, bro. I don't want to take up space. I'll stay in the chat, and someone who knows about this can answer it. But thank you.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, that was nice. See, we're all in the same boat. I don't really know what's going on. If anybody does have a clue or an idea or an opinion around what's going on, let us know. Co-host and request to join. Love to get your opinion and just see what you're thinking and where you think all this is going and where it came from. Because as it stands right now, I'm not 100% sure. I couldn't tell you, and I need to know more. I'd love to know more. And I don't agree that war is ever the answer or that Ukraine should be being invaded. That's clearly not the answer. I'd just like to understand what is going on and what is happening. So, if you feel the same way, make sure that find yourself. Yes, I saw this video, and I will go back and delve more into that in a bit. But if you guys have any idea around what's going on, make sure to hit the co-host button, request to join. And also, if you would like to come in and talk about that video or anything like that, make sure to hit the co-host button, request to join. Anything that's going on in your head. If you got something that you want to say, now's the time to say it. Now's the time to come out and make your voice heard, right? Uh, we want to know. I want to know. Interested. And it's an open platform. It's an open space for individuals who may not necessarily feel comfortable always expressing their opinions, but here in this space, we'll get together, a group of people, and get you a little bit more comfortable. If you follow the streams a little bit, you'll find that a lot of people do end up joining, and it's a good conversation. Tonight, not as many people have hopped in, but yeah, we'll get going soon. I'm sure that people will want to have something to say. They usually do, and we're here for it. So I'll be sticking around. If you'd like to hop into the chat, make sure to hit the co-host button down below, and you can request to join. I'll pop you into the chat. We can have a discussion of anything that's on your mind. But don't forget, my name is Elder. This is the Open Debate, place for you to speak how you'd like to speak. So we'll wait for a few people to hit that button, request to join, and we'll get going here soon. In the meantime, we can continue to ramble, and we can talk about what we were just saying there before with Ukraine and Russia. Well, um, I've seen a few videos here on TikTok that are interesting, that are surprising, that make me think, what's going on? What is happening in Ukraine? What's happening across the world? I don't know. Can't tell you for certain. And the fact that we can see all this on TikTok and the media is not taking these videos and even utilizing them to their benefit makes me wonder what their end goal is, because these are raw, unedited, unverified, sure, but where else is this type of thing happening in the same sort of setting? Like, you can see what's going on. It came out of nowhere. You didn't think it was going to happen. You've known it was going to happen for months, years. What? How do you feel? What is it? What's going on inside your head? Get you into the chat and we can have a good conversation, guys. Also, as well, because I know a lot of different people hop in and out of the chat, I will reiterate, if anybody knows a way to have people join the conversation, be able to pop them into the live stream without going through TikTok and having 1,000 followers, there's just another platform that they could either call in or utilize. Let me know down below or message me after the show. That would be great. I'd love to know what that is, if that is a thing, and how to do it, because I think everybody should have their voices heard. And if you don't have 1,000 followers, you're not able to join the chat. And a lot of people don't have that count, and they do have things to say. So, make a Discord, someone says. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Don't really know too much about Discord, but I could look into it, and that could be a potential. I think that I've heard some good things. But yeah, so that's something to look into. Discord, perhaps. If you would like to request to join right now, though, anybody in the chat, anybody out there in the universe of TikTok, make sure that you hit the co-host button, request to join, and you can come on in. We'll get your opinions on everything going on in the world. See what you have to say. Discord, you need to be careful what topics are talked about, so it's censored. Well, you have to, they say you have to be careful about what topics you talk about here on TikTok as well, but I think, I don't know, it seems to be just certain things that seem strange, I guess, to us, but that are restrictive. Like, you can talk about all sorts of things that you wouldn't be able to say on YouTube, but you can't say certain things that you would be able to say on YouTube, on TikTok, about certain countries or places. If you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, now we got a little debate in the chat here, saying that Discord restricts chat. Other people are saying, nah, it's absolutely fine. Hey there, Sad Buffoon. Oh, Sad Buffin. Sorry, man. Didn't mean to call you a buffoon. Hey there, Sad Buffin. My evening's going pretty good. How you doing? Hopefully it's not too bad after I just mistaken your name for that. Yeah, no. They said, why? We can talk about anything. I assume speaking about Discord. And then the other individual said, no, Discord, you got to watch what you're saying. So let us know in the chat. Is that true? Is that not true? What do you do? Is it a free speech platform? Is it not a free speech platform? Let me know. Let me know what you're thinking. This guy says Trump rules, right? If you feel like Trump rules, come on in the chat. Let's have a discussion about it. Do you guys all think Trump rules? Is he a guy that rules? Or is he just another guy that kind of sucks, but was the president of the United States? Lisa Champagne says, I'm a really nice guy. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for joining the open debate and being a part of the chat. You're a really nice person for being here. Better than Biden. Here we go. We got a debate. Trump or Biden. One of the two. Who's better? Trump or Biden? Um, I'm not going to lie to anybody here. I have a Trump flag that has Donald Trump's head on Rambo, right? The Rambo Trump flag. Everybody knows that flag. Pretty good. But I'd also get a meme Biden flag. I don't think that I would buy it. Well, I'd buy it from some random vendor, but I don't know, man. I'd get a flag of like Biden, yeah, handing out crack pipes to homeless people. Be pretty good. Yeah, Trump walked into North Korea. That was pretty damn cool, actually. When you look back on it, that was a pretty big achievement. Duet. You can request to join. You hit the co-host button, request to join, come to the chat, and you can pop into one of the little boxes here. 3 spots available. Nobody's in right now. You guys can all come in. Hello from Arkansas. Wow, thanks for joining us. Always wanted to see what Arkansas was like. You guys got mountains, don't you? I hope everybody's having a good evening tonight and they're feeling good, even though there's lots of crazy things happening in the world. Trying to, trying to keep things as humble as possible, as fun and lighthearted as we can, even though I'm sure that what is going on inside of everybody's minds are, hard things, hard topics. I saw this post today, and I'm sure that it's a meme. Like, I'm sure that it didn't actually ever happen, just because this is the way it goes. But, yeah, it said, I talked to my parents, they're in the Ukraine, and they said everything was fine, that war probably wouldn't come to them because they were so far away. And I was just like so confused. Why would they be so calm? And then I stopped crying and wiped my tears away and went and tucked my child in and pretended like everything was okay. And then I knew why they were so calm. And it was like, oh, it's pretty good, but like so fucking, it's so cheesy at the same time. But it was a good meme. That's why I highly doubt, like, the person was claiming that this happened to them. I highly doubt that happened to them. But you'll hear it out there. I don't know. Just had to say that. Just had to say it. Yeah. You got anything to say? Hit the co-host button down below. We'll pop you into the chat and we'll get a good conversation going. This is the open debate, Friday night open discussion. Normally we have topics up here on the board that we discuss and then move on to anything that you're thinking of as well. But tonight it's just about what you're thinking about. There's no set line, and it's not controversial. There's no little bit of there's no I don't know. There's no push, but it's just whatever's going on inside your head. We're here. Hey there, Neuro. How you doing? Thanks for joining us in the chat. Always welcome to see you. Thank you for being here. We're just talking about pretty much anything tonight. Friday night open discussion, what's going on in people's heads. Could be anything from aliens to smartphones. Yeah, could be anything that you want to talk about. But yeah, this is what we're doing. This is how we are. This is a community that we're trying to build. We're trying to build a community of individuals who are ready to have open conversations and open discussions that don't let their emotions overrule their lives, essentially. Time to take a step back. You're allowed to be an unfiltered human while still maintaining composure, I guess. You don't have to maintain composure. You can get emotional. Just don't let it be the end all be all. Don't exit out. Don't leave the conversation. Get mad and stick around to let your anger be. To let it be. This is a place where you can get mad, I guess. Hey there, Dusty. Thanks for joining us on the open debate. How you doing tonight?
Not bad, how are you, Elder?
I'm not doing too bad.
Oh, I just spent the last 15 minutes trying to get my tablet to work.
True.
Oh, they updated the dang thing, and now TikTok doesn't work, and I can't open half the apps on it. Why do they keep updating our electronics? They worked fine before.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I know they I don't know, things get updated so often. I remember I had an iPad back in the day, and there was a USB extension you could plug in to the charging port, and then you could plug in a USB stick. But with that, you could also plug in like an external microphone or any sort of external USB device into your iPad. and then they updated the damn thing, and you couldn't do it anymore.
Right?
Sold me for $50 from Apple that I could not use anymore.
Yeah, no, I've been having troubles with my iPhones, all sorts of havoc. I miss the old days when technology just worked and they couldn't mess with it once you bought it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Well, those days are out the window now. They got a hold of everything.
oh, did they ever? I mean, we don't even own our own phones anymore. They actually own the rights to them.
So this is
Which,
an interesting thing that I might try to like look more into and then have a larger discussion about. But I was talking about it with somebody or something. Maybe it was last night on here. Maybe it was in a comment or something. But I know that it was like around TikTok. It wasn't even like in real life. It was definitely on the internet. I said this, but it's about the idea of AI, right? And so like AI, it runs so much, the algorithms, and like for like to drive our emotions and stuff like that. And then also, if you were to be like a world leader, I'm sure that they're using artificial intelligence to help predict like trends and the way that things are going to move in the world and how to like make future events, not make future events, but like how to account for future events that are
Mhm.
potentials and high potentials. But one thing that I don't think AI can account for is human awareness. So the fact that humans, when like throughout the algorithms, manipulating human beings into getting angry and sharing things because they're angry, and the more that we see things, especially Facebook, you go into like a comment section and it's super divisive and you're gonna be super mad. I don't know if the AI can factor in the point at which we are moving towards now, where people are so sick of that shit and they're aware that when they go on, it's tailored to make them mad. They understand that this is happening.
Mhm.
I don't know if they could. What do you think?
Well, I don't think AI could ever understand human emotions. Uh, Humans don't even understand human emotions, and how could we program something to understand them when we ourselves can't understand them? We can we can program something to elicit a common response, like you said, to elicit anger or to upset or the opposite, joy and happiness. But because everybody responds to the same input stimulus as different than the person next to them. So two people might see a birthday cake, and one person, that birthday cake's going to give them joy. They're going to be like, "Oh, I remember my 5th birthday because of that cake, and we had the bouncy castles, and we had the slip and slides, and we had lawn darts until Jimmy had to go to the hospital." But another person's going to see that birthday cake, and the most horrible thing in their life could have happened on that birthday, on a birthday or near a birthday, and be reminded only of that negative thing. So I don't think that we can ever program an AI to elicit an exact response out of a person, but we're getting to the point where it can elicit a desired response out of a majority of the people that it interacts with. And that is just a terrifying thought all in itself, because the more that we can be manipulated without our knowledge and without knowing who's doing the manipulation, the uh, the more control we have without knowing, or the more control we've given up to someone else to have control without even knowing that we're doing it.
I agree. Those are really good points. Especially the last one there, where it's like, who are the ones that we're giving the power up to, is the
Yeah.
question.
Well, like they've been in the States, they were talking about how Russia was manipulating the election in 2016, and China was speeding false information and everything else. And whether true or not, the implications of anybody just being able to program something to completely manipulate an entire population is just terrifying in theory on its own, let alone when it's put to practice. So
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the fact that we're constantly being inundated with propaganda and being manipulated is such an issue. And then the fact that people can still see it shows that, I don't know, it's almost like a crime where it's like crimes where it's like these are the ones that have been caught. How many didn't? How many went uncaught? How many people have just like how many you and I, how many times have we been manipulated and didn't catch it?
um, I'm going to say zero, but that's only because I don't want to think that I've been manipulated, even though I'm sure I have.
Got Swiftness coming in with us, the good old crew here. Dusty, Swiftness, how you doing?
Hey man, how are you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, not too
A little
bad.
late to the chat, but I was hearing something about artificial intelligence. What were you guys exactly talking about? Because Tesla came into my brain the second you guys started talking about that.
I was saying I'm not sure if artificial intelligence can account for human awareness. So, like the fact that the algorithms are based in an artificial intelligence that continues to grow, and realize that human beings are very fear-based and anger-driven, and will like share things like that. But I'm not too sure if if it could have accounted for the fact that a lot of people have come to the realization that um, going on Facebook and putting yourselves willingly into these spaces, that this is happening, and it's happening because of the algorithms. And this is like, so you're not getting angry organically. You can understand that it's an inorganic form of anger, and you're aware of it. And so a lot of people have chosen to just purely stop doing it.
Yeah, like basically getting rid of their Facebook accounts, detaching from their cell phones, and going back when it was the good old 70s and early 80s.
Yeah, somewhat. Like we're moving on to platforms like TikTok. They're still on the internet. It's just that they aren't choosing to go into certain spaces that they know will make them angry and choose to do things that they wouldn't normally do. Like
Well,
just even if it's like sharing things or posting content where it's like, why are you even saying that? Nobody cares. Why are you
one
so
Yeah,
angry?
with the
one of the things I like.
keep follow you with because I was looking at maybe buying a quad, so I went on a website and I was looking at some quads. Next thing you know, I just decided to check my Facebook and I'm just scrolling. All of a sudden there's like quad ads and there's like more than just one. There's like three or four and I'm like, what the F is going on here? Thanks, Mark Zuckerberg. Maybe I'll detach from Facebook.
You you want to hear one creepier than just you talking about quads and it showing up? I was out at a
Sure.
restaurant and the I could hear the conversation behind me, and they were talking about, I think they were talking about contraceptives. And when I opened up my Facebook, it was like Plan B and Trojan and all this other stuff. And I was just eating a burger. I wasn't even the one talking, and it heard the conversation from other people around me and was throwing ads out because it thought that I was a part of that conversation, I guess. And it was just really disturbing how much they listened to what we're doing.
Yeah, I literally had the same thing happen today. I was in the car and there was an ad, not even an ad, they were speaking, it was talk radio, and they were talking about a show called The Porter on CBC. I've never even heard of this show before, and I didn't know what a porter was. And so I go on Facebook this evening. What's there? That show. An ad for that show. I'm like, what? Oh, okay, I see, I see.
Right? Like, I mean, the amount of information that's collected on us daily is just staggering. You always hear about people getting sent down the YouTube rabbit hole, right? And YouTube's the probably one of the worst of the apps that once you click on something, it just funnels you down into a million videos on that genre alone.
I
Where
love it. Actually.
you like the when it funnels you down like that?
Yeah, because I like to lay in my bed and relax, and I go on my phone, and I'm like, I'm gonna learn how to do a different variation of a Darth choke. Next, at the end of the day, I'm watching a video on Lamborghinis and kit cars, and I'm like, how did that happen? Whatever. I'm putting my phone down and going to bed. It doesn't necessarily phase me, but I'm like, this is kind of interesting.
Well,
How that just kind of spiraled into that. Yeah, the rabbit hole. I totally like it sometimes, though.
uh, I don't mind going down the rabbit hole for like an evening, but if I open my YouTube tomorrow, it's just a whole bunch of what I was watching last night. It's not anything new. I don't get exposed to new ideas by going down the rabbit hole usually. I just get more of the same echo chamber. And with I like TikTok because TikTok doesn't send me down the rabbit hole. It'll take it'll show me a lot of things that I'm usually interested in watching, but it always throws some other stuff that I normally wouldn't even think to look up to watch in there. And I mean, just today I was watching a guy do some copper melting, and in the next video I watched a guy rebuilding a ratchet screwdriver from Germany. I mean, two very different concepts. And then in the next video, it was somebody talking about Russia, right? It's very all over the place. And I like that because it lets me
Mine
choose.
always seems to be hot chicks dancing for some reason.
Oh, there's a lot of that, I'm sure, on everybody's TikToks.
Yeah, yeah, and I actually like the debates the most, and I find the open debates the most calmest and cool and collective one out there thus so far, my friend. And I like to be a regular on his show, and I enjoy it. Do you guys mind talking about Tesla for a second? Because you guys are
Sure.
talking about something totally different. But what happened is, um, you know, those cars, when they put them on automatic mode or whatever, Tesla mode, and they're automatically driving for you. The one thing that have always has bugged me since someone brought it up is the car can't, you know, differentiate the difference between hitting a 5-year-old boy and a 90-year-old grandma. It's got to, like, where does AI draw the line in making a split decision? And how would an AI technology like that be able to concept and create something like that? That would be kind of cool, actually. But
Um,
as of right now, it can't.
are we trying to run people over with Teslas? Just
No, no, I'm just saying. No, no, no. I'm just saying because, like, if they can like grasp that concept, accidents happen, right?
yes.
Accidents completely happen, and when you're faced in a situation as a robot, how is the robot is supposed to, like, it's quickly scan and, like, okay, if it's
Do you do you, do you wanna know the most horrifying thing about what would most likely happen in that instance? The
probably
5-year-old would most likely be the one hit, as the car would be programmed to hit the smallest object, and the child would be the smallest object. Um, so I I actually believe that that is the most likely outcome of a scenario where you have a car, a elderly, and a child as its options to collide with something. Um, Hopefully, we don't have to test it, but I do believe that is what would happen. Is it would pick the smallest object to try to minimize the damage to the car and to the driver.
kind of like, yeah, self-sacrifice for itself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I brought Neuro in here. Shannon, right? That's your name as you go by.
Yes. Yes.
Hello,
Can you hear
hello,
me?
hello.
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you. We're
Hello,
talking about
everybody.
AI. Yeah, we're talking about AI, Tesla's self-driving trucks, the reality around what the potential is for AI to differentiate between like men, women, children, and what maybe they would do, and any other topics about AI. Maybe about how perhaps AI will be taking over self-driving vehicles could take over the trucking industry in the future. That's a potential.
Well, have you seen that guy on TikTok building the electric semi in BC? He's
No.
No, he's got a company and he's trying to build an electric semi. He's a semi driver, Uh, he drives plows and all sorts of semis, and he's trying to start a company and build electric semis that would work for his industries.
That's where I'm from. I'm gonna have to check it out.
Yeah,
What do
he's
we all
actually
think about what do we all think about self-driving cars though? What do we think about the idea of the roads being filled with if like the delivery industry there, like the transport industry was mainly you know automated, so we wouldn't have seen what we just saw over the past few weeks. But for that all aside, just the idea of all these automated cars being on the road.
Well, I think it's bound to happen. We watched enough Jetsons as kids growing up, but
I
I
was
mean,
just thinking
nonetheless, all these governments and they're all trying to push, carbon free and gasoline free, and everyone's turning electric by, you know. Well, look at how much it costs to mine to make the battery components. Like it's way more harmful and way more deadly. I mean, I don't necessarily think that gasoline power is technically going to last forever, but I mean, you got to think Tesla could send Wi-Fi signals back in the day, and everyone could have free electricity. So, hence, if they could somehow make some type of kind of like a signal tower or have something up in space that just provides free technology, which you know what, I honestly am dead positive we probably already have it. The government just is like, nope, that ain't gonna happen. Right, we're not going to make any money off of that. But I think the technology is already there and been around there for us to have free electricity, free cars, free this, free that. But it's going to happen. I think it's bound to happen. But like we were talking about before, having a type of vehicle that can differentiate the difference between hitting an old lady and a small child, it's going to have to be like some split second scan technique, like it's going to, I don't know. I don't know.
What do you
well,
think,
based
Shannon?
I think I saw too much iRobot when I was a kid, and well, I should say like graduating high school. I think that came out like right around 2004-ish. So like it kind of I don't know, I get that like creepy feeling, and then I get like the uncanny valley type thing where if I see something that's like fully automated or AI, I get a little nervous the closer it gets to human. So I don't know if you've got, I'm sure you've heard of Uncanny Valley, I'm guessing, because I can tell you're kind of like me and you like to research like everything. I don't know if they have. It's like kind of a weird, and maybe you guys did. It's just like a really weird thing where like humans just have like fear response or just an uncomfortability with anything that looks close to human but not fully human. And I definitely have that type of response, so I think it's caused some bias. But again, I think it's too much iRobot and that kind of stuff, like all those movies where Will Smith is fighting off the AI that turned evil, and so I'm like, I'm sure that doesn't help.
um, I don't think we can have self-driving cars and just the normal cars we have today on the road at the same time. If we did go fully self-driving, I think accidents would be nearly a thing of the past. There'd still be the occasional one, but most accidents where the pedestrians get hit are either the driver didn't see the pedestrian, but sensors on the cars would see the obstacles and stop, or in most cases, two cars collided and one car got tossed towards the pedestrians, and that's how the collision, how most pedestrians would get injured in that instance. So if they were all self-driving, they'd all be aware of the other vehicles around them, which would eliminate those collisions. They would be aware of the pedestrians. They'd sense them a lot farther back than we would and react a heck of a lot faster in milliseconds rather than seconds. And I think that we'd actually all but eliminate vehicle collision. But you can't achieve that with non-self-driving cars still on the road because they would always be the wild cards. They would be able to still cause collisions. Um, in iRobot, because she brought it up, and he collides with a lot of things when he goes to manual drive. rather than the self-drive where all the cars are evenly spaced and going with the flow and the same speed and stopping and going together. The second he took control of his car, he was slamming into everything because he pretty much forgot how to drive, it seemed. But you'd have similar kind of thing where anybody manual driving a vehicle would be able to cause collisions and cause destruction, and that would be where most of the risk would be. In I don't think the robot in iRobot was evil. He was just different.
There was one movie about an AI, and this guy went to this professor's house, and down in the basement he had a female AI behind glass, and she was able to convince him, and he fell in love with her and broke her out and whatever, and it was all part of a big elaborate test to see if his AI could like potentially convince this person to fall in love with her, and she was real with real feelings and emotions. And I was like blown away from that movie. I was like, oh, could that really
It says in the
happen?
comments, Ex
Ex
Machina. Yeah.
It's called Ex Machina.
Machina.
Machina. Yeah, I forgot. It was a
Machina.
long time ago.
Sorry,
It
that
was a
was
long time
probably
ago.
rude.
But I was like, that
That's
movie was
probably
that movie was totally kick ass. I was like, this movie's great, you know?
Yeah, I
I
think I've
just
seen that
think
movie. It was really good. Sorry, Shannon, you go on though.
no, I'm sorry. I just think it was Eve 2.0. Like it was another like Adam and Eve. I'm like, come on,
Yeah.
guys, enough with the Eve storyline, okay? Or actually, it might have been more. Who was the one who was Noah's first wife that they killed off and then removed from the Bible pretty much altogether? Who was that? She
You
goes
mean
after
Adam's first wife?
babies. Yeah, or Adam's. Yeah,
Lilith.
Lilith, right?
Lilith, yeah.
Yeah. So there's like so many times where like females in movie lines are like Lilith or like, or I just laugh at that because I notice the common things and I don't know. But
Has anyone played the game Detroit on PlayStation or Xbox or whatever? I mean, I haven't turned on my PlayStation in probably over like 2 years because I don't know, I just got rid of it. But there was a game called Detroit, and you play this AI cop or you play this AI housekeeper, and I was like blown away because you're actually the AI, and then you're making decisions. It's like almost like I don't know when I'm 43 years old, and I was thinking to myself, man, I just can't wait to get home and play this game because it's got me hooked. And I'm not normally like this because it just made me kind of think like, hopefully in the not near future, but we are all going to be able to like buy different types of robots for different types of tasks around our house. Like someone pointed out on this TikTok, there's this AI. There's like four of them in the room. They all look the exact same. They're all guys, and they just sit there and take turns and they talk to themselves. And I'm like, you're going to be able to order Model A or Model B, and they're going to be a maid, or they're going to take your kids to school pretty soon, or I don't know, man. It just makes me wonder how close really are we to this type of concept in this world. What do you guys think about that?
We're already halfway there. We all have AIs in our lives. Alexa, Siri, Google Assistant, those are all a type of AI. They just don't have a physical form. Um, a, Look at a Roomba. It's not an AI, but it is a robot that we have in our homes that does a specific task. If you combine the AI intelligence into a Roomba, for say, you have a vacuum that just knows when it needs to clean the house and cleans it and does its task, and away it goes, right?
Okay, I got a Bissell that does that, and I quite think it's pretty cool. So yeah, yeah.
Right. So we already have the technologies in development and in different applications. It's once you combine the technologies that that we're going to really rocket into, like Star Trek with Data, the android, right? The ultimate artificial intelligence that is self-aware and capable of being a part of society and becoming a member of society, doing all the things that people do, almost indistinguishable from the other humans except for the emotion factor.
Right, like exactly having your own personal data. Find
Right?
a couple of them. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about right there. Like a physical robot entity. Like we went to a restaurant and a robot comes rolling up to our up to our table delivering the food. I was like, what?
Oh,
Like
gee.
that's pretty cool. Yeah, they're actually they're quite popular now. They're people are buying them and saving money on staff. Like we're slowly getting replaced, I guess, slowly but surely, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they always try to get you to go to self checkout.
Yeah, but I
Right.
don't work for the grocery store, so I always go to a cashier.
I want my 10% discount.
Yeah.
See, I think that it doesn't matter. Like as far as like jobs and stuff like that, it just means it will free us up for other jobs. However, there will be an acclimation period for a lot of people. I think that's what's going on right now with the workforce, along with a bunch of people retiring, along with all the COVID stuff, along with everything else. Like in America, they're saying that there's a labor shortage, that there's not enough employees, but yet almost every person I know, including my significant other, has put in over like 70 applications, had 4 rounds of interviews at all different places, and even with significant employment history and good employment history, they're not being hired. So I'm like, what's going on here?
Well,
So
I
I think a lot of it's just sampling the workforce to see who can do the job the cheapest. And
can
they're
I
going around going, oh, we can't hire anybody, but it's sad. But yeah, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
just on that. I think that's not so much to do with the workforce itself, but the employers over the last 10, 15 years, the expectation that everyone they hire will be trained and ready to go, and you just plop them into the role and leave them to do their thing. I think that's where the shortage comes from. It's not that there's not the workers out there, it's that too many employers are wanting the person with 5 years experience and a degree and this and that. And I hate to break it to them, those people are already employed by somebody. If you want to hire workers, hire somebody who doesn't have experience and train them and build them into the job you want them to work. uh, I think that's where that shortage narrative comes from. I myself, I will always hire somebody that doesn't have experience over somebody who does have experience in a lot of cases, because then I can train them to do the job how I want it. I don't have to break the bad habits that they may have gotten from a previous job. And I find that that has worked out really well with new employees. They start low for the first 2 or 3 months until they're trained, and then they get a pay raise with after their probation's done, and off they go, and they've done very well.
Yeah, like my fiance, he's actually got 7 years experience as a manager. And then a couple other people I know are like that too. And the only jobs he hasn't fully applied to is because there are some managerial positions looking to hire at like 15 an hour. And he's like, we live in New Jersey. Like that's insane. Like, so like we do have some jobs around here that lowball, which obviously he doesn't take those offers, like if they're ridiculous like
Is
that. But other ones, it's like they have 2, 3, 4 interviews and then they don't call them back. And it's weird because like not that, of course I've got a little bit of bias, but like, because he is a great guy, but like I'm like something else because I'm like, you've done this how many times? I'm like, this is strange to me. And then I met a bunch of other people that have gone through it where they've been very like they've had a good work history and like significant, or they had schooling or they have degrees or they're like I can't find a reason not to hire them. So to me I'm like, this is bizarre. And then a lot of people like also in America they'll be like, oh well, if you want more than 15 an hour, don't work at a job flipping burgers. And so then people like are like, okay, we'll have to save up for school. And they're like, well, that's not my problem. And I'm like, then how are they supposed to? I'm like, oh, And I'm like, on the same note, I understand it's not everybody's responsibility, I guess, for everyone else, but it just doesn't work because you're stuck in a repetitive cycle where it's either you got to go to school to get a better job, but then if you end up in huge debt from going to school, then you should have picked a better degree. And then, if you can't get hired, that's your fault too. So I'm like,
A
it's
lot
weird.
of
It's like
Yeah.
ping pong.
I think that it's like the lie that is sold when it comes to schooling. When it's like,
Yeah.
it's okay, you're gonna do this. It's gonna cost you $100,000, but that's okay because you're gonna make that easily within the first 3 years, and you're gonna get hired within the first year of graduating. And then you graduate, and it's 6 years have gone by, and you can't get a job anywhere. Your field's completely oversaturated with other people that thought they were gonna be inundated with jobs once they got out of college
Yep.
or university, and it's just really looking into the market, and then you can't even just look into the market into which you're going, the area that you're going into. You need to look into like the future market of that specific field and see where it's going to be when you get out of school, because people, even if they go into I had a buddy who was in something to do with like environmental science, but he was like going for like renewable energy. It was like a renewable energy college course or whatever. And when he entered his third year, it was a 4-year course. When he entered his third year, everything that they did in the first 2 years was scrapped, and they were teaching everybody new stuff because it had all changed. And he was still in the same course. So it was like things were changing that quickly that it basically didn't even matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a
Yeah,
lot of times here, like, you need 2 years experience too, like, or 3 years experience. I'm like, wait, how are you supposed to get experience if nobody will hire you, like, until you get the experience? Where are you supposed to go to get the experience? Like, that's the other, like, catch. So I'm like, it literally sets you up to fail, even if you did pick a good industry. Because I've seen people that have had great degrees where I'm like, how are you not able to find a job unless you know somebody? Then you can't get in, and it's like crazy to me. Like, I'm a millennial. My gen, we were like told, oh, study hard, go to school, the world is your oyster, everything will be there, you'll get a house when you're 20, just like us. And then we got older, and it was like, yeah, that went well.
Yeah.
um, there was
That's
nothing
not
left. All the
how it
unions
works.
were gone. It was like the unions that my parents benefited from are destroyed. There's no retirement, there's no health insurance. There's like, hope you don't get sick, because if you do, you're homeless. So like that's where we're at. Like, I'm not, trying to be so dark, but that is kind of literally, how it is here. And like, I get that, like, it's personal responsibility, but on the same note, I'm like, it's like it's very hard to get out of like poverty here. Like, it's almost near impossible, especially if you have parents that were like into poverty. Then it just keeps going each gen. It's crazy, unless you're very lucky, or unless you come up with some brilliant invention and somebody doesn't patent it first, I guess.
Well, the schools are a business. They've been a business for forever, and the best marketing they ever did was convincing people that you needed a business degree to be the manager at McDonald's. Because when I was growing up, you got promoted into the management position. You didn't go to school and get a degree and everything else. You worked your way up to it. And a lot of jobs asking for degrees these days never used to need them. And that's where that training comes in. If a business is willing to invest into an employee and train them, then people won't go into such massive debts over degrees that are all but useless in most of their working career, because the schools don't teach you anything you can't learn on the job.
So listen to this. I work in a machine shop, and I've been in this machine shop for 17 years. I've seen a lot of people come and go, and I've seen a lot of people come in fresh out of school, happy they got a job, working for 22 bucks an hour. Of course, because I've been there so long, I make quite a lot more than that. Um, but I turn and talk to them. They're like, they're red sealed machinists. And they ask, well, what school did I go to? And I said, I didn't go to school for machinery. They're like, what? And I'm like, no, here I am having the exact same job as you, but you have a student loan, which is absolutely crazy. So I got fortunate enough to get myself into a machine shop running a CNC machine, which got me into this company I've been at for 17 years. I started at the bottom. I took a pay cut to get there. But, every annual would every year would come around and we'd get our, $1.10 raise every year, every year, every year. And for 17 years, you got to think that's like 19 bucks an hour or more on top of the,
Yep.
25 bucks I started. Plus I started, I'm like, hey, I'm also going to be first aid. I'm going to get an extra $2 an hour. Hey, I'm also going to run my own side business outside of work and open up my own fight gym. Well, I did that for 10 years and that was too much. But the fact of the issue is I see these guys coming all the time and they're all happy they're running machines beside me or they're running you know, the CNC or the lathe or the gear cutters or the hobs. But here's the gig. I talked to them. They're like, yeah, I owe $57,000 because I'm a Red Seal machinist. And I'm like, shit, how long is that going to pay? You got to pay that off. And I'm like, man, or
You
this guy comes in, he's got a degree in something totally else. I'm like, what are you doing in the machine shop if you wanted to be a doctor? Like, it's insane. Like, and then you owe all this money for a field you're not even getting a job in, or you get the job, but you're at the bottom, and it's going to take you 50 years to pay off the debt. It's like, oh my God, they got us by the balls so bad. It's
Yep.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
Crazy,
they do.
man.
I'm sorry that it's the same. It sounds similar over there than over here, but I think you guys have health insurance. I think that's like the one plus. But
Whoa,
you
whoa,
know,
whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let me tell you about how not so great our Canadian medical system really is.
well, yes, I'm sure
Okay.
you have long wait times, and I'm sure that the doctors are probably mediocre unless you pay extra or go outside of the country. I imagine that's my guess. Am I right or not on?
No.
Not on.
You're not too far off. For instance, we've been trying to get my daughter's adenoids taken out forever. Even the dentist said it's hard to clean her teeth. Thank God you guys scrub them so good because she can't breathe through her nose properly. And we had to go into like the private sector just prior to them like shutting down for any children. And they were just about to pull the trigger. And then the anesthesiologist backed out. And we're like, what the fuck? Because the private sector has to coincide with the public sector and they don't like each other. Um, so then, and we were paying thousands of dollars to try to get this stuff done. I'm like, I'm going broke trying to get my kid help here, right? It's crazy. And then nowadays, every doctor doesn't want you to come to the office. They just want you to call or they want to be able to call you and they want to just bill you. Even back in the day, if you wanted to get care, unless it was like crazy, like an emergency, yeah, you're waiting. It might be somewhat free. It might be free, but it's like you're in a queue. You need an MRI, could be up to 2 year wait. You know what I
And,
mean?
and I have a completely different experience than you do. I have a neurologist, an endocrinologist, and I don't wait for those doctors. They're the tops of their departments in a teaching hospital at the university. I get an MRI every year, and I don't wait for it. I had an issue about 2 years ago with my leg, and my general practitioner had me in an MRI in 2 months. So I don't have the same experience that I have to wait forever to get tests done and to get everything else done.
What
Uh,
province are you?
Alberta.
I'm your neighbor in BC, and I've been waiting
Oh,
for an MRI. I have already had two back surgeries, and the only reason why I got those is because I paid the $900 to get two private MRIs to bring to the neurosurgeon. Now I'm on the queue right now for another MRI for another herniated crazy disc in my life, and I've already been waiting for 6 months. I'm playing it out because I'm chewing gabapentin like candy every day, and I'm totally fine in that aspect. But I've been waiting for a long time to see if the private sector is going to open up. And I even said we'll travel and take any cancellation within the Lower Mainland. Like if I got to catch a ferry and head off to Nanaimo to get an MRI, I will. But I'm waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting still.
yeah, but
Do you
you
have
just said
herniated discs?
Yeah, I've had two herniated discs in the past, but that's from lots of over crazy fighting and jujitsu and pro fighting and just being a tool when I was younger. And now I work in a machine shop and we lift heavy castings. And sometimes I'm not the smartest tool to go grab the hoist and save myself back pain over time. and it's kind of caught up to me. So at least they gave me an X-ray at the hospital right away. And I still took 3 weeks to get the results, and they said from 2009 and your last back surgery, your X-ray showed that this bone is shrunken. So now you have this void being filled with something that's hitting my sciatic nerve and shooting down into my leg. So yeah, kind of hurts sometimes.
And I just want to say this. I just want to point out, like, people say that it's free healthcare, but it's not free. You pay for it with your taxes, and if you live
Yeah.
in BC, they quite literally, you don't even pay for it just in your taxes. They quite literally bill you every month, and if you choose not to just pay the bill, they just keep sending the bill and stacking up the price. So
Yeah,
if you
Yeah,
choose not to pay it, like,
Alberta
yeah,
used
right.
to do that.
He's right. He's right. He's so right. And if you can have your company pay your MSP, you're lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
it's
about
great, man.
X-rays? Do you get them right away, or do you have to wait for X-rays?
Okay, so if you get a requisition to go to your hospital to get an
you can see
X-ray,
it.
okay, they're very good. Yeah, you might have to wait
Let's
like
see if
45
amazing.
minutes to an hour, but
Yeah.
they're really good at getting it. Now to get the results back from the X-ray, I was waiting 3 weeks to even, and I kept calling the doctor. I'm like,
What?
did you get anything? Nope, not yet. 3 weeks to get the results because they said they're so backed up and they're short staffed. So
Are
then
you
what
guys
is?
using stone tablets?
Yeah. But here's the gig. Here's the gig. I was like, this is absolutely ridiculous. Then we hear our provincial health advisor say that they're going to
Hopefully people
fire
have been doing it.
4,000 more people when they already got rid of a whole bunch of people because of their vaccination status. So our medical system, you think, is stalled now. Give it a week or two when they kick in and all these people lose their jobs, and we're already short-staffed. It's going to be horrible.
See, and
Shannon, I think what you're showing there is the cost of per patient
I can't see that.
for each COVID treatment, like each person that's gone to the hospital with COVID.
Yeah.
It's
In
like
the US.
30,000. Yeah,
Yeah.
30,000
So
to
111.
100,000. And is that like the cost that it's cost the hospital, or the bill that's being sent to the individual?
That's the bill being sent to the individual. That's actually not too bad because I've seen much more.
Yeah.
That's the US.
Yeah. They
If
were.
we were to, that's why I laugh when people are like, it would cost us more to have, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that universal healthcare isn't something that's highly complicated, but right now our insurance companies charge an arm and a leg. Our pharmacies cost like so much that people don't get their normal insulin. They'll skip insulin doses. And you know what I mean? To try to survive, they'll like cut down their insulin doses, even though they know that's dangerous because they can't afford it. Like that's where we're at, where like younger people are dying because they can't afford their insulin. So even when they work 80 hours to 100 hours a week, and that's not an exaggeration. So I'm like, ugh.
Well,
So
can I-
like
You see,
it's
issue
a
is
downside.
you see, this is the issue. I think that we need a mix of like a better system in between the two, where you have a private sector and a public sector
a two
that
tier.
work together. Yeah, that actually do work together. Because there's situations like, yeah, okay, obviously being billed $30,000 is not it's not ideal. But I would rather be billed $30,000 than die. So like my mom had cancer, and she was diagnosed with cancer. They knew she had cancer, but because she was a low risk, they waited 3 years to even start doing anything. Then it's
Yeah,
just like, and
that's
she couldn't go to anybody. She couldn't go to another doctor. She couldn't go anywhere. And it was just like, well, they just kept sending her around, being like, oh, well, we'll divert it another 6 months. You're still okay. You're fine. There's other people that need help. It's like, yeah, I get it, but why would you not just take care of this now so I don't need more help later? Like, and so it's like
That's
it's just
crazy.
it's just a messed
Yeah.
up system, right?
But
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Plus,
mean,
the
oh, sorry.
referral system here is absolutely insane. Like we went to go see our daughter's doctor, her GP, and then she sends her to this person, who sends her to that person, who sends her to this person, and then this person. We're like, why are we seeing like a nutritionist
6 months
over?
later, they think that it's your first time seeing somebody, and you're like, I've been doing this for 6 months already. Like, this is a
Yeah.
problem.
Right, and they
We
just build the government, right?
Yeah, and each of them
Yep.
are getting paid, right? Because we're not. They're just billing the government, each of them. But Shannon, you have something.
Oh, sorry. No, I just was saying we have similar things here because I see multiple specialists. It took me years to get diagnosed with a couple of my conditions that aren't as common. I do see a neurologist, a gastroenterologist, a geneticist diagnosed me with a couple things. And then I see a cardiologist, electrophysiologist, and blah, 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 and like so on and so forth. And the endocrinologist as well. But like it took them years to determine. So I'd go from doctor to doctor, and sometimes they'd be like, oh, it's all in your head. And then finally, like, I saw a really good neurologist at a medical, like, I totally agree about going to a medical specialty center because that's where I got diagnosed with a lot of my they like looked into it and actually took the time to test me and determined I had small fiber neuropathy because they did the biopsies and diagnosed me with autonomic dysfunction and dysautonomia. And then I went to a cardiac specialty in South Jersey, and then they found out I had an accessory pathway called AVNART, AV nodal reentering tachycardia, and then they did an ablation that slowed down my VTAC, and then they found out I had long QT syndrome and blah blah blah. But it's a lot of crap. But they're good. The specialty centers. I totally agree. Like if you can get to one of those, if possible, I totally agree.
Yeah.
How much did that cost you?
Sorry.
How much did that cost you, Neuro?
Actually, luckily, I am on insurance right now through the state until hopefully, well, I'm hoping it's going to continue. They're right now looking at my disability claim. I'm waiting for the trial, but I guess that's because there's with COVID, they've done everything through like, what do you call that? The online, why can't I think of it? The online, like they'll have the jury, like the judge, but it'll be like through the computer. What is that called? I don't know why I can't think of the name of that program, but so it'd be virtually, but I'm waiting for them to actually see, and I got a disability attorney, but that was before I had the long QT, and they didn't have my VTAC on file and everything else, so they just thought like I was a younger person just applying for disability for Ehlers-Danlos loss and the neuropathy and the autoimmune stuff. And they're like, oh no, you're fine. And then, I got worse. And then they're like, so I'm hoping like now they're going to see, cause I'm like, I'm wearing an external defibrillator. So I'm like, I'm not faking it, but I don't really think many people are going to hire me being like, oh, I could die suddenly. And, but you could just roll the dice with me, that was, I don't think I'm legally supposed to drive anymore either, because I'm like, wait a minute, if I'm wearing an external defibrillator and at risk for sudden cardiac death, I'm like, yeah, I don't think they're going to want me to be an Uber driver because that's what I was doing beforehand. And I'm like, yeah, because if I lose consciousness, that's probably not a good thing. So, and I know I've got a warped sense of humor, but so yeah, so now I'm trying to apply for a disability, which, I kept like trying to get put back together because I'm like, one day I'll just like get good enough to where I'll be able to work again. And then my body is like, nope. So I don't know, maybe it was like I had high hopes there for a while, but now I'm kind of at acceptance because I'm like, if I can't work, then I gotta accept it. But I'm 35, so I'm like, whew, I just wasn't expecting this at 35. But
I just want to see this population keeps talking in the chat there. It says that we need to throw more money at the healthcare system. The healthcare system isn't broken because it doesn't have enough money. The healthcare system here is broken because the people running it don't know how to run anything. It's mismanagement from the top down. We could have tons more nurses and doctors if we didn't have a buttload of administrators that all they do is administrate one or two people. You go to a normal company, managers manage upwards of 25 to 50 people each. We don't have that in our healthcare system. We have one manager for every 3 to 6 people. That's a waste of resources that could be going to patient care, but they don't do it because they'd rather just fill their pockets at the top than try to fix anything in the system.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's very well put. I definitely agree. I just saw pictures that came up on the timeline of my Facebook timeline of a protest back in 2016 for my local area protesting the hospital because they'd closed upwards of like 26 beds and all this funding that had gone to like things that were not appropriate and all this crazy stuff. I was like, this was in 2016. Like
Yep.
we've had an issue.
Yeah, it's been mismanaged. And we've got the unions here in Alberta fighting tooth and nail against the government intervening. We have AHS, which is the biggest joke on the planet. We've got, what is it? 2/3 of the money going into our healthcare system doesn't drop below the management level because we have
Right.
so many managers buying lavish offices. My friend just built the hospital in South Calgary, and the doctors had $100,000 upgrades to their offices that they use once a week. They've got water features, all sorts of lavish things in their private offices. Why does a doctor need a very comfortable office in the hospital when he's got his own private practice elsewhere that he can throw his own money into? But we're funding for all this lavish luxury for these people at the top of the hospital, and yet half of Canadians are sitting in the ERs because they can't get a bed because there's no money to fund the bed. It's
Here's some food for thought. So with this whole COVID for the last 2 years, out of the gate, they're saying we don't have enough ventilators in the ICUs. So a year goes by, we don't have enough ventilators in the ICUs. Year and a half go by, it's the same story. But hasn't anyone like, okay, let's just open up a gymnasium full of ventilators and create this. So it kind of makes you wonder, why don't they want to dump money into something that's apparently so necessary for something that may not exist? Because if it exists and it was so serious, our tax dollars should be sworn towards ventilators and expanding hospitals. They can build them in like super fast these days, at least create a wing filled just for that. But they didn't do it North American wide. I'll wait. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Do you
well,
guys have nursing shortages too? We have a ton over here. I don't know if you guys do or not.
yeah,
We
they
do, but they
fired a
decided
bunch.
to fire the unvaccinated ones anyways.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
like it's just like the memes that I've seen where it's like where you know, I don't want to steer things in a different direction. I do like the conversation that we're having, but it's just like, you know, um, now that things are ramping up in the world hemisphere, it's like, are you gonna draft unvaccinated people because you just got rid of them all from the military? So it's like,
Yeah.
where's the logic here? Because you know, now that something's actually, if there's like, you know, this is really serious, is what we were dealing with before not serious? Because
Well,
you were just like, screw these people, get rid of them. Like you said, there's a nursing shortage. Why would they get rid of nurses if it's
but
that detrimental?
can I?
And then, sorry, I just have to say, at least here in Ontario, they're bringing back nurses. If you have COVID, you still have to come to work
That's across
Yeah.
because there's
Canada.
such a shortage of nurses.
Yeah. Can I pose a question to the group?
Yeah.
In Calgary alone, there are 4 major hospitals. Each hospital has hundreds of patient rooms, if not upwards of 1,000 in the 2 large ones. At a year ago, they canceled all surgeries and everything else because we didn't have enough hospital beds, enough ventilators. A year into the pandemic, we're canceling all these surgeries. Why didn't we convert one of these hospitals into a COVID hospital, put ventilators and ICUs and retrofit it over that year? And then we could have had the other 3 hospitals open doing the surgeries, doing the cancer treatments, doing everything else that needed to be done. And if you had COVID or COVID symptoms, you went to that one hospital and that's where you went to go get treatment to prevent infection and spread in the other hospitals. How hard would that have been to do that in every major city? And then you could quarantine COVID into one spot where you can still treat everybody with for any symptoms they needed. If a doctor or a nurse has COVID and is well enough to work, they can go work in the COVID hospital for a couple weeks until they're better and able to be non-infectious to the rest of the hospitals. It could have been solved with just a simple movement around of resources. But instead, their solution was to just stop health treatment and everyone else be darned. We're going to just not treat people because COVID. Why couldn't they have done that?
I completely agree with you there, and I'm just gonna say I'll let everybody respond. And my only real interjection is my own experience, where once things were opened up again, and my mother was in the cancer center, the cancer ward was directly beside the COVID ward. So if this had anything to do with health and safety, I don't know, that it lost me there. Where I was like, okay, that makes no sense at all. The
Yeah.
most vulnerable people you're going to put right beside the most infectious, apparently, and the most like it just that it makes no sense. But how do you guys feel? We'll move on. Swiftness, and then up to Shannon there. Swiftness, you there?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah. How do you feel?
well. Unfortunately, my mother died last October of cancer, and she was in and out of the hospital. Uh, she ended up passing away sadly, and we watched her go into the cancer clinic, and yeah, the COVID ward wasn't too far. It wasn't right next door, but even then, my older brother said, "Don't they share the same ventilation system throughout the whole hospital? Aren't they like, you think they would do a better job of being more, careful about this stuff? God forbid, right next door, like your mother. Wow, that's crazy, man." And I mean, you have nurses that they say, come to work if you have COVID. Doctors, come to work if you have COVID. So you don't know. I mean, you got these safety precautions in, you know, in place. Wash your hands and this and that. But you got COVID. You got COVID. You touch this. You touch that. Now, how real is that? I don't know, man. I've been on the fence. I'm unvaccinated. I'm proud that I am because that's a whole nother topic, which we can go on forever. But I mean, just the disregard for people's safety. If it's such a major thing that happened, you would want to like have trust and faith that your common sense is right as opposed to like, hey, this is clearly right. I'm not thinking that putting these folks together or thinking it's a good idea, but that's clearly, in my opinion, it's not right. I'd love for you to ask someone at the hospital who uh, thought that would have been a good idea to have that COVID ward right next door to the cancer thing and ask them, what were you thinking? And why do you deem it safe? Because I would like to know that answer because my common sense says that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree. Makes no sense to me. Uh, yeah, it is what it is, and I am sorry to hear for your loss. I'm sorry that that happened, and you know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that that you had to go through that. And don't wish that
Yeah,
on
it's
anybody.
it's all good, man. It's all good. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Shannon, how are you feeling?
Um, well, I mean, it's a little different, but not that much different. We do have COVID units here in America. Like there's floors and then, whole sections of hospitals that are shut off. I think a lot of times it's done by logistics, like where entrances and exits are to try to keep the patients separated from the other patients, to keep everybody from getting exposed to the COVID positive patients. So I don't know if that was a factor. I have no idea what that hospital's layout is or, where it even is that you're talking about. But that might have been a factor. Not saying it was potentially the best idea. Oh, we lost one. Oh no.
Swiftness is down.
But aside from that, we have in America, we're very Sue happy. I'm sure you've realized you've probably all heard the McDonald's story and everything else. But I mean, granted, that's even more than we heard initially, which surprised me when I looked into it further. But either way, we were very Sue happy, and it's interesting because that's the next thing I'm going to wonder because I know like a lot of places are now starting to lift the mask mandates in schools. I know like the southern states already did a while back. But like now New Jersey is about to next week. And so I'm like, what's going to happen? Like if somebody's kid catches it, I'm wondering if they're going to sue the school, sue the parents of the kid who gave them COVID. And I'm not saying they should, I'm saying knowing how our country is, like we sue over hot coffee. Yeah, like this is gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like, so like I'm just waiting for the huge show to start, and I know it's going to probably start soon. Because there are unfortunately children, that have died over here too, like over 400 children. And they can say like have, pre-existing conditions, but that could even mean like type 1 diabetes, or that could even be, my son has SVT and VTAC and autism. Autism puts him at a super high risk, which you wouldn't think autism, but yeah. Um, so like, and of course the heart stuff too, but like it's interesting to think about what's going to happen next. But like also like there are people that are very against the mandates. They've had like a bunch of nurses fired as well here, who wouldn't get vaccinated. But the weirdest part was like we had people like protesting outside hospitals, outside cancer units, screaming at people to take off their mask. And I'm like, guys, they're cancer patients. Can they go get their treatments? Can you like get off the sidewalk and let them in the hospital? Because I'm like, I don't care where you are politically. Let's be a decent human being. Like that's how I feel. Like, so that upset me a little to see, but not because of, how they viewed things, but because they were literally blocking cancer patients from getting their treatment and then yelling at them to take off their mask. And I'm like, that's kind of messed up. Like, but they're allowed to feel however they feel and protest as long as they're not threatening people and blocking their access to the hospital. But that's kind of what they were doing. One even punched a cancer patient once, which is a whole different story, but that's how it is out here. It's kind of like, it's a little crazy. Especially Jersey's a weird mix because it's like everyone thinks it's mostly Democratic, but it's like a mixture of both, and so it's just a lot of chaos. But America's like that everywhere. It's just everyone's different, which is beautiful, but also right now kind of bad because everyone's not handling their emotions, like has the emotional regulation. I think my kids have way better emotional regulation right now than most people in America, which is not a good thing because my kids, I mean, I love them. They're great. They're kids though, so, but yeah, so.
I don't want to see. I don't want to get too political, but like just like what you said there, like made me think about things. You're like, most people don't think that you'd have too many problems. Like it's mostly Democratic. Where like, when you say that, what do you mean?
The population, New Jersey has a Democratic governor. New Jersey, like the population is kind of like 50-50, but like it's considered a blue state, that always votes
Yeah.
blue. And when we vote for presidents, it's usually always blue.
So
But
okay,
like,
so this is
well,
what
no, actually more
I just
like
wanted.
60-40, I
Yeah,
guess.
but I just wanted to clarify that that was what you meant. So like when you say like there isn't usually a problem, or you don't people don't wouldn't think there'd be a problem. We're pretty blue, where it's like that's the exact question that I posed before. What's wrong with being right wing? That is the mindset of like, well, right wing
Oh,
individuals may cause a problem. Where it's like, if you look into right wing, predominantly like right wing areas or conservative areas, you don't see people that are complaining about this kind of stuff. It's more in major metropolitan cities with they do have larger populations, but a lot of people, even dudes that have come into the chat. But he said the other day he didn't experience any racism once he moved to a smaller, mostly Republican town. But being in the city, like in New York, where he used to live, all day, every day, be going down the street, people be barking at him. It's like, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But it's just
yeah.
there's more people. I just like to hear your perspective and what you think about that.
Well, I mean, in like, states like Virginia and stuff, like they had like teachers punching or parents coming in to their student school board meetings and literally punching teachers over the mask mandates. Another parent came in and said, I'm going to bring and mentioned a weapon to school. So like there definitely is people who are extremists. That's what I mean by that. Like I'm not saying that everybody is, but there are extremists on both sides. And that's where it gets a bit dangerous. Obviously, people who are just a Republican or a Democrat are not extremists, are just, your normal people. But then the extremists on either side, that's where you got to watch out, in my opinion. Like, that's where, things, go to this level of, people screaming matches, grabbing masks off their faces, punching people. Like, it's crazy. But that definitely does go on here. And it's not very good. It's a little alarming, but I've seen like, people with extremist attitudes kind of everywhere. But I think America, we tend to be, I don't know, a little bit different. And maybe it's like the stress of being in from COVID, and everybody not being able to get to where they need to. And a lot of people here, like, they mix up freedom for like privilege too. Like, they'll be like, oh, well, I'm free to do this. And I'm like, well, there's freedoms and there are privileges. You absolutely have freedoms that are protected, under our constitution, but there's also privileges which aren't protected. And like, if it's a company and there's capitalism, they can make the rules for their employees, and they can make the rules for who comes in the restaurant, for example. And they're like, well, no, but it's my freedom. I'm like, no, it's their company. Capitalism says that they're allowed to use their own discretion as the owner.
It,
And which might make you angry, but that's in the US. But that might make you angry, but unless it's discriminatory towards a race or a group or a religion, or that's different. But
but
that's pretty much how it is.
but when the government's telling those businesses who they can and cannot have, that's taking away the freedom, because now the business doesn't have any freedom to choose who their customers are, and that's what people are upset about. Is I don't care if the bar down the street wants to put a mask policy in place because that's how they feel. Go ahead, go nuts. I'll go to the one that doesn't. But when the government steps in and says all the bars have to have a mask policy or you can't go in, that's taking freedom. That business no longer has the freedom to choose its own destiny, and I no longer have the freedom to choose where I go.
I agree.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
I
I'm in
agree. That's a
BC.
huge issue. Swiftness on to you.
I'm in
I
British.
just want to say I agree.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah,
Guys,
I think-
I'm in British Columbia, and the rest of the country has lifted mandates and masks and all types of stuff. We are under more lockdown. Like,
yeah.
it's
Why?
it's like, I don't know. It's because I it blows my mind, man. It's like I can't wrap my head around why everyone else can open up but we can't. Ontario, Quebec, Alberta, Saskatchewan, like Manitoba, like
sorry.
this is ridiculous, man. And in fact, our healthcare advisor, she's like, anybody who's not vaccinated now in the medical center is losing their jobs.
Yeah.
Isn't it supposed to be going the opposite way right now? Like, guys, look it up in BC, man. They're trying to keep us like Australia or something. It's absolutely insane. Losing freedom in Ukraine is losing freedom. You babies are not. Well, would you like to touch that a little bit there? Because I'm a little educated on that situation, but we can go there.
Yeah,
We can
and
go
for
there.
yeah, for sure. And for people like that, I always say this. This is my literal response to anybody who complains about individuals saying anything in a free society like Canada that they can claim Canada is a free society. Guess what? Yes, we do live in a free society, and that's why we're speaking up right now, because I'm not going to allow my country to get to a state that we're at a point where we're not able to speak the way that we are right now. I am not going to sit back and just freely say, fuck it, do what you want and let me just take over all of my rights and all my freedoms. I understand that I'm free. That's why I'm able to speak, and that's why I'm speaking now. I am free, and I want to remain free.
Yeah. I don't understand why somebody has
Come
to
on, if what's up, we
worst
do want. I
fight.
want to know. You can come and educate
Okay,
us. If you're
Can I
Ukrainian, you
can
have
I
it.
can I educate him and see if he says if I'm right or wrong, real quick?
Yeah.
So, in a
See what's up.
nutshell, I'll do it in a nutshell. Okay, so here's the quick role model of it. So, the two closest state provinces closest to Russia has 95% Russians in it. Also, the Ukrainian government has taxed Russian people that live in Ukraine. The Ukrainian government has also been noted as the most corrupt leadership in all countries combined over North Korea. So there's also three major gas lines that run through Ukraine. Putin gets a hold of it. One goes down to Poland, one goes up to Germany, and he gets control of it. And guess what? Biden's like, oh crap, we get our $9,000 or 9,000 barrels a day from Russia, no more. Then he's going to open up the Keystone pipeline. We can just go on forever and ever. But the short term is Ukraine used to be a part of the CCP. We all know that. It's got a corrupt government. Putin's sick and tired of it. NATO is, this guy is very lost. This is all
Don't
coming
look at
from
that
my,
yet. No,
my
wait, don't
friend.
look at that yet, because I was already gonna respond. He can say what he wants, right? But like, I'm interested in his perspective. He's Ukrainian. You keep telling your perspective. You got to come with facts, man. You got to give us some actual counter information, because you're telling your point of view. He doesn't have enough subscribers or whatever to come on the live, but you can type all you want. So give us your point of view. Don't just like give us baseless accusations. This guy's lost. How so? Fucking tell us, please. I want to be educated.
Yeah, because
Like
this is
that's
coming
what we're
from
here
this
for.
is okay. My company has over 150,000 people. Most of them are Slovenian. Some of them they're all Eastern European, and it's funny because some of them still don't like each other from shit that their grandfathers did. But this guy that told me all this information is Ukrainian, and the other guy who's sitting there in Poland, the Polish guy who teaches me Polish, Yashimash, and all those other words that I know how to speak, they both sat there this morning and told me the lowdown, how the Russians are getting taxed that live there in that country, in those two states, is 95% dominantly Russian. Also saying the corruption from the government is absolutely absurd. Up until this last leader that came, we don't live there if you do not speak on it. Anyway, and talking about the gas lines that Putin wants, there's so many different variables about it. And he uses this card to cover up this card and this card to cover up this card. So at the end of the day, it is horrible that anyone has to fire a bullet or a missile. And what I'm discussing in is Putin could have gone in there without even shooting a bullet. He's got enough manpower and force to just go straight to Kiev, the capital, and not hurt anybody. But you got tanks running over people in cars and old ladies getting squished by tanks. I was devastated. Bombs, people getting killed, literally innocent people. It's horrible. It's genocide. Absolutely. He didn't have to do that. He did not have to be so violent about it. And that's what makes me sick. But I know there's a lot of stuff to it. That tank is not Russian. Okay, well, you know what, man? I'm going to be quiet and I'd love you to take the floor. What's up? NATO's also training Ukrainians and giving them weapons, and he doesn't like that either. And he doesn't want Ukraine to turn NATO either.
And
We're waiting for this guy to reply.
I know I'm watching for it, but he's not replying or he's typing slow. But I don't understand why people have to take the worst thing going on the planet right now and say that because that's happening, we can't talk about what's happening where we are. Because
Yeah. Good point.
sense to me, bad things are happening all around the globe. But 2 years ago, there was a war going on in Afghanistan and Iraq. Yet we were allowed to speak about anything we wanted, and nobody ever said, well, what about the Afghanistan people? What about the Iraqi people? Because if you think you've got problems, no, but now that this is 2 days old, what's going on in Ukraine, and anytime somebody talks about anything that's bad happening in their life, oh, your first world problems, you try living in this place. Well, I don't live in that place, and I don't want to live in that place because of what's happening in that place. I live where I live, and I'd like to keep where I live the way it is, or improve the way it is because I like it here.
I agree with you.
Ironically, that's called whatsaboutism, actually. Ironically, it's like, what about this? What about that? You know, like it's just a straw man to try to get people off topic, and and also it makes them look, feel better or whatever. But it's basically redirecting the conversation and basically being like, it's like when your parents are like, oh, just be grateful because of blah blah blah. Like it's like when you're like upset about something, but obviously that's a way to really,
My grandmother
simplify
has
it.
been asked. My grandmother asked me yesterday, or the day. I think the day before yesterday, I believe. My grandmother asked me the day before yesterday, "What's going on with the House of Commons? You go in there, and the Conservatives they'll pose like a really thought out question, and then the Liberals will just talk nothing. They won't say anything. They won't respond to the question. They'll just run around and do whatever." And I explained to her. And this is what I
Yeah,
really this is the same concept as whataboutism, right? It's like if I pose you a question and I say, here's the thing. You've looked into 595 accounts over the past 6 days. If this bill moves forward, will you promise to not look into any further? This was one question that they posed. I don't know what the number, I'm just throwing that out there. And the response was, we've been doing our best to make sure that Canadians are being taken care of in the best ways possible. And the best ways that they can get taken care of is making sure that they are all vaccinated. We are 90% vaccinated. Make sure that you get boosted. And that's the response. And no, that's quite literally, if you watch
Oh, no,
it's fucked up.
I watched
It's
it.
fucked up. But the reason that they do that and how I explain it to her is if they were to respond to their question, they would be accepting that worldview and stating, yes, okay, we are looking into these accounts and there's a potential for us to look into more. But if they just choose to disregard what they're saying and continue their own narrative, they never even accept that they're looking into anything. They don't accept that they potentially could be looking into more. That's not even what they're talking about. That's not their narrative. That's not what they're speaking about. So they don't even acknowledge what you're saying in order to continue to drive that narrative home to people in order to sway the conversation in their direction. And it pisses me off so much.
Yeah, and
I think
unfortunately, we can't blame the Liberals for that one. That was Andrew Scheer when he was Speaker. Prior to him
Mhm.
being the Speaker actually enforced the fact that when a question is asked, you must answer on topic. And Andrew Scheer said, no, all we have to do is let them answer. Anything they want, they can answer, because when the Harper government was in, that was his way of dealing with it. And it's carried on now for 15 years. We haven't had a single answer in the House of Commons, even to a simple yes or no question. Did you have a bagel for breakfast?
Oh my
go get
god, it's
that.
infuriating.
Have the freedom
Literally.
to enjoy. And that's exactly what we're doing.
Look at Pierre. That's Pierre, that conservative guy, Pierre. I've watched so many videos on that Pierre guy. He's like, how much money did you spend on the blah, blah, blah? Well, we're doing this. How much money? And all he keeps saying is, how much fucking money? Can you tell us? Was it $1? Was it 10 grand? Well, I think
Yeah.
that's an interesting question. Like, holy fuck,
Yo,
man.
the viral video of what every single conservative member asking Trudeau, how many times were you investigated by the ethics committee? And he gives the exact same response every time. We've been happy to meet with the ethics committee as many times as they want to, as many times as they'd like to speak with us. Okay, so how many times have you met with them? We're happy to meet with the ethics committee as many times as they'd like to meet with us.
So painful.
Okay.
So
Every single one of them. It's like a 7-minute long video of repeatedly every single person asking the question, him saying the exact same answer every time, never answering it. It's like, this is actually Canadian politics. How do we fucking do it?
Well, how the hell does Trudeau tell that female conservative, you want to go stand with the Nazis and wave swastika flags and not apologize? And the other conservative guy's like, I demand an apology. And he goes, no, the House, I've asked 3 times for an apology. And Mr. True Not is sitting there, just get vaccinated, folks. Like, what the fuck? Are you
No,
kidding me?
he walked out that session right after she asked for an apology. He just up and walks out of the Commons.
Yes.
On the one day a week he said he would show up for work.
So yeah, in the States down there, sweetheart, neuro, this is what happens in Canada, and you wonder why our hospitals and our medical system really isn't that great, because them's the yahoos that are running that can't even answer a question. Did you eat a bagel this morning? That's a good question. We're looking into that, and I got people wondering about that, and yeah, so this is what we got to deal with, man.
I'm just saying, I don't think it's actually from their playbook. I hate to say it, but I think I know exactly where they got it from. Our government has been doing this since like 2011.
No,
Can-
we've been
can I
doing
say-
Sides.
we've been doing it
Neuro?
since 2005.
Before I
Oh,
show
well, then
this,
maybe
Neuro,
maybe we copied you guys then.
Yeah, you
hey
did.
Neuro, before I show this to you, can I ask a personal question? Did you
Yes.
vote Trump or did you vote Biden?
Biden.
I guess I can't show you this then.
I don't get. I have very thick skin, anyways. As you, well, he's had me on a bunch of times.
And I'm Canadian.
What about Biden appealed to you? Genuinely curious.
I'm sorry.
Because
Honestly,
I don't see it.
honestly, just that he wasn't Trump. That was about it. I'm actually independent, but it was just the lesser of two for me.
But I
I'm not a
was
huge
like,
fan of his either.
on the plus side, he probably won't be around much longer. His handlers have got to get him under control.
He sniffs too much hair.
Had too many children stroking his golden blonde leg hair under the pool.
What
Oh,
is that though?
that that one.
Like, how are you gonna let some dude like just blatantly grab the girl, pull him in there? They're like uncomfortable. He puts his hands on their shoulders. He whispers in their ear, and then he sniffs their hair. How the fuck are people going to be like, "That's the guy"? And then
If
he's
you
like,
can make a
"Okay, we're doing all
compilation,
this shit."
yeah, if you can
Like,
make a compilation of creepy clips of an old man with young girls, there's an issue, especially if he's running for the presidency of the United States. There should not be a compilation. If it was one or two situations, presidents, they kiss babies. That's a trope. But this
Yeah, they
dude's
don't
kissing little
get
girls.
preteens.
I was
I
gonna
get
say
that.
Straight up.
I've seen things like that on both him and Trump and like other people too. I was gonna say as a
I've
country
never
we
seen
have
it. I've never seen a compilation like I've seen on Biden. This is stuff where it's
yeah,
like
yeah,
that is not
yeah.
okay for anybody to do.
Well, how about
you can
Anybody.
actually
I don't care
Google
who
search
you are.
it or you can do it on even I think there's a few on TikTok as well. But for
Trump?
me, like there's oh yeah. For me, like I've noticed honestly, almost every American male politician, there's like creepy stuff out on. And like, I mean, you look at Matt Gaetz, he was trafficking young girls across the board. Like it goes on all over. Like a lot of the male politicians, it seems to be a thing. Like it's not okay.
A lot
And it
of the
goes on both
politicians,
sides.
I mean, right? It doesn't matter if you're male or female. They're all doing weird ass shit.
well,
It's gross.
did you
Yeah,
see
I
that
agree.
did you see that video? It was I actually looked on the news site that it was supposedly from. And it was on CNN where he's standing in front of a military crowd and he turns to an 8-year-old girl and he starts talking about how good looking she is and looks all 19 with her legs crossed and all that creepy
Yeah,
crap.
that was really
Like, what the
uncomfortable. Yeah.
hell? How did
People
he
Was that
walk out of there?
Oh, I
It
thought you were
was
talking about Trump because I knew there
No,
was one where he
Biden.
was on an escalator.
No, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. That's
yeah, I
just
thought you were talking about
wrong.
Trump too.
Neuro, can I ask you a question?
Mhm.
This is why I love this open debate the most because I like you as a person, and I accept your political views as much as I'll listen to them. I may not agree with them, but I'd still sit down and chill with you for coffee. And same with almost anyone I've ever had the privilege to be on this page with, and thank you very much for. But may I ask a question? Um,
Sure.
Over Trump, in my opinion, he's created more jobs in America for um, Black Americans, who's done more treaties around the world than any other president, who's protected the country's best interests the most, in my opinion. Can I ask why you decided to go for a change, or if you were already wanting to vote for Biden and that type of party's views? Can you just explain to me why? I'm sure I will agree on some, but it's totally cool. I just want to know where you're coming from.
And
Well,
before
I
you do,
initially
I'm just gonna say, I just want to state, Klutz, we'll get you in here at some point. I wish that we could have more than 4. We were talking about getting the Discord going, then I could have way more people coming in. We could all have lots of conversations. But just wanted to let her know that you're not out of the thoughts. You're still in there.
No,
Shannon, definitely want to hear how you feel about that and how you came to your conclusion around why you wanted to change and yeah, what was going on.
so for me, I'm all for like rights and freedoms and things like that. And in America, we have been losing a lot of them, but not from necessarily, at least I don't feel from the left, like we haven't had a whole groups of Americas losing entire rights. But at least from coming from the left side. But there has been an increase of the right side passing bills that literally strip away people's freedoms, even to their own bodily autonomy. So that's been going on and getting worse over the last few years. But with Trump, the first time I heard him campaigning and I genuinely didn't like what I heard him say, like his own words. And just his attitude. I didn't like him as a person, and I had just had a very not good feeling about him. I'm not like honestly a huge fan of Biden's either. I don't really think anything of him other than okay, well, it's not that guy. But on the same note, for me, I was voting Republican for quite a while until he came onto the scene. Just the things he said and the way he said them about women, the tone in which he said things, the recordings that he had, him being married so many times, having so many kids, with so many women, but being the Christian man, just so many things like him declaring bankruptcy 8 times, I think it was 8, him having the case where he went after the New York Five or New York Six, and they ended up being innocent, but he wanted to go after them big time. Then he also, when he owned certain properties, he charged certain amounts that he wasn't supposed to some people. Then there was the Trump University. There was just a bunch of reasons of things that I felt that didn't make him a very official leader for our country. And our country has a long history, both sides, Democrat and Republicans, and pretty much everyone in charge lies. And our history is very not great. Like our decisions that are made in Congress every day are not for the American people. They're done by, big business and interest groups. Then on top of that, there was, tax cuts for the wealthy passed. Meanwhile, the wage gap is growing and growing. There is no middle class anymore. There's just poor and rich. And the middle class has been obliterated over the last 5 years. So those are some of the reasons.
So
One
One
thing
thing-
I'll let you respond, but one thing that I do want to say is something that I think that keeps all of us connected, whether you're far left, far right, just on the left, just on the right, you're a centrist, whatever you believe, you don't even care about politics. Most people I think that come into this channel just believe that the government can't be trusted. And then that's the common ground. It's like if you agree that we are being lied to in some way and that we don't know everything, we can come to some sort of common ground around this is why you believe what you believe, this is why I believe what I believe. What the fuck is happening? None of us know. We don't know. We don't really know.
So-
Because
I
don't know.
agree.
Yeah, it's just like with the whole Trump Biden thing, right? It's like what do you know? What do you think? What's your opinion? Swiftness, I know that you have a response, so that was your question. Floor is yours to respond.
just before you do
Oh,
Swiftness,
Dusty has something to say.
No,
Okay.
I'm not taking away from you. I'm gonna give my spot to Klutz so that she can join in. I've been here the longest, and I'll come back in if there's space and time. So
Oh, that
Right
sounds
great
on,
good.
Dusty.
talking with
Thanks,
you guys.
buddy.
I'll be hiding in the chat.
Awesome. Keep it in, and then you can be there to moderate as well.
That's right.
Thanks, Dusty. Thanks for coming out. I always enjoy the conversation with Dusty. I'll let you respond, then I'll bring in Klutz. Nobody else has really wanted to come in tonight. It's all been regulars, everybody that's been here for the conversation before, which has been really nice because I don't have to really worry about what anybody's going to say. I trust everybody, and I don't need to think like, well, not even like that. Like, I don't need to worry about smoking on screen or anything because everybody knows what to do and things like that because TikTok's crazy. And it sucks because even if somebody in the this is what sucks too. Do not ever report people. That's the worst thing that you could ever do in the history of anything. A, for them, because they're getting strikes on their channel. And then B, I can't get these live replays and repost them anywhere. If anybody gets anything going on, the entire thing's gone. So I'll stream for 4 hours and then there'll be nothing. It's like, you want to see these back? You want to watch some of this stuff? You want to hear these conversations? Stop doing stupid things. Yeah, but everybody that's been in with the past 5 days, everybody's been really good. There was one person that came in, and we had a really good conversation. And I still see their streams because I have another account where I still follow them. But they came in, we had a conversation just like we have here, and they didn't win. We came to a conclusion where I made my points, and they made their points, and then they left. And then they blocked me. And it was like, we had a good conversation. I wanted to hear more of their stuff because they were completely opposite of me. And they had more information to teach me. Like, I wanted to hear. But they just, that's the problem with getting upset. If you can get past, if you come in and you're new, and you come in and somebody's trolling you or they're making you upset, if you can get past being upset and just push past that, it's going to come to a point of learning. So it's like, push past your emotions, don't let people trigger you, and then get to the point where we're now learning from each other and moving into a positive direction. Because that's the whole point, right? I want to learn. I want to know what everybody's thinking. I want to know. I want to know more. Everybody wants to know more, right? Knowledge is like what we're here for.
So one thing I
But
wanted to say,
yeah, swiftness. On to you.
um, i if you notice the trend in Canada, whatever your president does, our premier follows. So when Trump was in power, Trudeau was so conservative-ish, just like Trump is. So like kind of Republican liberal. Um, it's so funny. The second Biden gets in, Trudeau flips on a dime, our leader. It's actually disgusting to watch it happen. He'll lick who's ever balls is in office. Mind my French, and I don't mean to upset anybody by saying that, but it is that sad. I feel if Trump remained in power, this COVID stuff basically pretty much wouldn't really be happening, and the mandates and all that other stuff. I don't think it would have been as major. Trudeau wouldn't be given the freedom to show his true colors because he'd have to answer to Trump. But because he has to answer to Biden, which is an American liberal on our end, if you want to describe the way it works, all, doors open. Let's see how badly we can destroy it and pass money away to India and all these other emergency money, and let's see how badly we can screw the economy over. And you know, so you watch what happens. You get a Republican in office again, whether or not it's Trump or somebody else, our premier would be like, oh, okay, yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, we'll do that too. It's been the dawn of time. Canada does not have enough cojones to like disagree with anything. Because I guess we don't want to have sanctions against each other, and the we're the number one trading partners, and we have the world's biggest open border, and like you can literally just walk into the States, and you guys can literally walk up into Canada, and not necessarily it's legal, but you can. It's just so sad, and I honestly feel that if Trump was still in power, you might not like him as a person, and I agree. The guy was like addicted to Twitter, and no one wants a president that's addicted to Twitter and says grab her by the, you know. But I mean, the fact of the issue is and the things that he did in the past with his real estate and charging extra money and gouging and backdooring, and yeah, I'm going to go bankrupt 8 times. People go bankrupt for a reason. I'm going to go give all my money to my mother. It's no longer mine. I'm bankrupt. Go after me. Cool. I have no money. My mom has all my money. So technically, I still have all my money, right? Like, it's smart businessman. He's a very smart businessman in that aspect. He knows how to play the system. And as the president, I feel that he did a lot of major things. He put his foot down. He's like, no, I'm not giving any of these countries no more money. They don't do nothing for us, and we're just giving them all our money, and this is ridiculous. No. And everyone's like, whoa, he's someone not to mess with. Look at North Korea. He put North Korea in check. Look at all the administrations ahead of him. And he was just signing like treaties with people, and things were kind of looking good. It's all gone. Everything's happening. Yeah, I think Putin and Trump were really good friends and stuff. But what I'm trying to say is that, despite everything that's going on with Joe Biden and things around the world, it's kind of like, I don't think necessarily that would have happened with Russia if Trump was in power. I don't think the lockdowns and mandates would have been so evasive if Trump was still in power. And, you're making America look really weak by having a frail guy who, as a public speaker, can barely put a sentence together. I almost wish he would step down and Kamala Harris would step up. At least she would be able to hold a conversation and read off a teleprompter if she needed to. It just makes America look bad. But, you know, besides all that, some people wanted to see if the change would have been something good, and it wasn't. And I don't blame anyone who did it for that reason. And it's not your fault, because I could say, hey, I'm going to sell you 10 lollipops. And you're like, sweet, for the price of one. And when the day comes to get them, no one delivered on it. And maybe you got two. It's not your fault. You were led to believe, you know. Just up here, like, I didn't vote liberal this time. Why? Because I'm like, get this guy out of office. Then we got the NDP backdoor and the conservatives, and now look at my province is still in lockdown and the rest of my country is open. Drives me bonkers. But I feel if Trump was in power, half the crap in the world wouldn't be going on right now.
I think that that is a very good point to bring up, and my personal opinion is that I think we'd be seeing a very different America if Tulsi Gabbard had become the president. But Klutz, I want to ask you. We brought her into the conversation as Dusty popped out so that she could come in. And what are your thoughts on Trump? And do you agree, or What are your thoughts around the fact that perhaps what we're seeing right now didn't happen throughout the previous 4 years because Trump was in office, and what we're seeing is due to a lack of real leadership within the United States? We'll get to you, Shannon, afterwards, and we're going to start with you up there, Klutz.
First off, can you guys hear me?
Yep, can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure. I going back to the whole weak leadership thing, I honestly think Putin is doing what he's doing now.
Wait, before you continue, I'm
Yeah.
gonna say, take your microphone
Yeah.
and hold it like a mic, and just like kind of keep
Yeah.
it close to your mouth, because then you'll sound way closer.
Is this the microphone?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
Is
yeah.
this the
perfect.
microphone?
Perfect. That sounds great.
I don't use these like ever. Okay. I'm trying not to bug my fiance. He's gaming next to me.
Sure.
So.
You're really good now. You're like, yeah, I can hear you like really close.
Perfect. Okay. So I do believe that, or at least it's my opinion, that Putin is doing what he's doing now because of who's in government in the States and in Canada. That is just my 2 cents on that. I don't know a whole lot about, like, same with what I said last night. I don't involve myself a lot with US politics. I only really heard about Trump through CNN and Twitter and all this stuff, so it just made him sound awful, right? So that's kind of my only viewpoint of Trump. So I don't want to be biased and say I'm for or against him, or
So two
Um,
things. You don't have to
yeah.
have it. You don't have to have it that close, because I can hear like your breath a little bit. But just like how the mic like poofs, but your sound does sound good when it's like close like that, or like when you hold it up. But also with the Trump thing, I do know that you grew up with. You're good. You're good. I do know that you grew up with like CNN and like seeing all like that with Trump, the Trump thing. Like you not grew up, but like you saw that with the Trump era. You saw it was being inundated by the news, which is a really good perspective to see somebody who is researching for themselves now, but was forced to just be propagated, like inundated with propaganda at the time, not really realizing that it was propaganda, and throughout your research, you may find out that it was now. That's up to you to decide.
Can I say one thing?
I just want to finish my thought, and then I'll let you put on something. The idea that you can admit, or at least say that you believe that now Putin is doing what he's doing due to the lack of leadership within the United States, in Canada, and the United States. Wouldn't, even like with that little thing, because that was never promoted. Like, even though Trump was he's a dick. He's a jerk. He's a dick. Yeah, he's not the dude that you want your sister to be dating. But is he the dude that you want to be leading your country? And understandably, I see you shaking your head down there. Let's separate two things, because we're not, because like, is he somebody who you want to be leading your country in the sense of a strong leader, not in the sense of moral values? Because I don't know anybody who thinks like, yeah, Trump holds all the moral values that I find to be like a good person. I definitely, like I said, you don't want him dating your sister.
Well, it's hard to find that happy medium. How do you find that happy medium in a prime minister or anyone in power, right? You're never
I know
gonna
how.
please everyone. Okay, go ahead. I want to hear.
Okay, you gotta start paying for Fox News like I do, because they don't give it up here. No, I swear to God, we pay for Fox News. Tucker Carlson, I love Tucker so much. The thing is like you watch CNN and you're like, okay, that's the same thing on Global. It's the same thing as this, the same thing as that. I started watching Fox and my mind got blown out of the water. They started showing stuff that just basically straight up showed, that the leftist networks were like straight up lying, like in check. And they even like had stuff like, you know, for instance, even with this convoy stuff, they were showing so much stuff that was just like so far. I was like, wow, it's like that liberal saying, it was like that liberal saying honk honk means hail Hitler. Like straight up liberal CNN crap. I'm like, are you serious right now? That's why I'm saying, like, you know, you, you really gotta take a look at both ends. But when you have, you know, people controlling what you can see and take in, you gotta find the other side to listen to it. And once I was able to listen to the other side, I was like blown out of the water.
Did I just drop out, or did Clues just drop out? Like,
I'm
what
not
just
sure
happened?
what happened. It said the live paused twice, and then I could still hear things, and then everything went blank on my end. So I don't know.
Okay,
What
because
I
Now,
did.
I got
speaking of
out of
truth,
here. You guys no, you guys sparked like thoughts in my head for a video, so I went and I left this live and I went into my notes and wrote down some stuff, and then I came back. Swiftness, you were still talking. Shannon, you were still up. Clutes, you were gone. I was like, what just happened? Did it come? Did it leave? Like, what actually happened in the stream? It must have shut down because it must have paused or whatever. But I hope that everybody did hear what you were saying, because when I came back, everything was still up, but just not for me and not for Clutes. I don't know why.
because I said the word Fox News.
Yeah, right. Yo, okay, so that's something that sparked in my head, right? And then that's what I wrote down, and that's something that I want to pose the question to everybody, and then I will throw out the clues. I see her with her hand up, which is very respectful, just like we're in public school again. What is it, grade 4? But honestly, I did always think that Tucker Carlson was the most racist, disrespectful, bigoted person, because that's how he's promoted. He's like, you're a bad guy. He's a terrible guy. He's essentially the second Hitler, and he comes across that way. He's very arrogant. I can say that he's like somewhat of an arrogant guy, but I think that it comes from a position of he believes that his moral values are correct, and he really, if he doesn't agree with you, he will fucking tell you, I do not agree with you, and this is why I don't agree with you. And so I started looking at him and like analyzing what he was doing and watching as much of him as I could, because I was like, this guy's racist. I know he's racist. Like, I can feel it. And I start watching him. I'm like, wow, no, he's a pretty reasonable guy. And actually, just kind of like, and if everybody on Fox News, I don't love Fox News. I don't think Fox News is the greatest news station. I think they're pretty biased, and they always swing things in a certain way. Even watching their coverage of the protests that happened here in Canada, they were so quick to be like so hard on the far right side of things, being like, they're only like, the Canadian government is now threatening to euthanize dogs. In all honesty, they gave people which was more than they would give somebody. If you were out there and you got pulled over for reckless driving and you had your dog in the car and you got your car impounded and you were being arrested, they're going to probably just take your dog to the pound. They're not going to go and take it for 8 days and allow you to go and call somebody. They might allow you to call somebody to come and pick it up, but if you don't have anybody to pick it up then and there, it's gone to the pound. You ain't dealing with it. So they did give them a grace period there, and it's like, I don't agree with what they were doing, but I don't think that they were just saying, we're going to kill your dogs. They were saying, listen, we're going to start arresting people. Get your dogs out of here, get your pets out of here, because this is what's going to happen. And if you do have them, you got 8 days for somebody to come pick them up. And so the framing of things, when I saw that, it really pushed for me. I was like, wow, Fox, like that is a little bit too much for me. Like, you can't be just like, that's so inflammatory. That's just making people angry. Where it's like, you could say it, you could say that. Of course, that is what's going to happen if in 8 days nobody picks them up. They take them to the pound. Nobody gets them from the pound. Eventually, yes, they will be euthanized, but that is not a huge thing here in Canada. People really push for that not to happen, at least here in Ontario. Any shelter that does euthanize dogs gets shut down pretty quick or gets protested against. And so that just really made me so angry to see. I was like, wow, that's not it for me. But Tucker Carlson himself does push quite nuanced opinions. The station, no. But people hate Tucker Carlson. He was on CNN for how many years? Yeah, he was the Republican on CNN, but like the dude's sitting there every day debating with people that have complete opposite opinions of him. Kind of like what I'd love to do here if people like are super opposite. If I did this for 10 years, or even if I did this for 5 years, I think I'd have a pretty nuanced point of view around like the mindsets between Republicans and Democrats if I was in the United States having serious conversations with so many people that disagree with me. I'm listening to his opinion. I take it with a grain of salt, just like everybody else's, but I still think he's a pretty smart guy. After listening to everything that I've seen from him, went from thinking he's a bigoted, racist, angry, terrible person to thinking pretty smart guy.
We should
Has some
all
good
just
points.
vote Greenpeace for 5 years and just see
Is that
what
St. Julian?
happens. Just see what happens with Greenpeace. What
Oh, one second.
it can't be any worse. You know, it might be beneficial. I might vote Greenpeace and try
Why
to
not
convince everyone
PPC?
to do it.
Why not PPC?
I cannot vote for that PPC. I sorry.
Yeah, I'm not 100% down with
Look at that,
Maxime.
Tucker. What does
He
that
has
say?
he has a
What does that say, Judge? What? What does it say?
Fox's lawyers agree. No reasonable person would believe Tucker Carlson. That's what he used in a libel case as his defense, and the judge agreed,
Mhm.
and it was
And so
dismissed.
it's sort of the same sort of
Because he's a
situation
paid
as
actor.
Alex Jones.
Correct.
Exactly.
Paid actors.
It's just, if you understand what's happening, like if you can push past the idea of what's being pushed in front of you, these people are characters, okay? So the idea of what's happening is that imagine me, right? And everything that I've done here on the Open Debate, and me, Elder, the host of the Open Debate, the nuance that I'm trying to bring to the table. This is not who I am, and I'm an angry fucking Republican who has a really far nuanced point of view, right? That I could make this exact same argument that everything here, if you believe what we're talking about, then you're a fucking idiot because this is just a
Love you,
character that I
man.
play, right? And it's like,
Oh.
yeah, no, they're playing characters. They're very hyped and they're very emotional. Like Alex Jones, they turned the freaking frogs gay. Yeah, you look into it. There's something happening. They're not intentionally doing that, but there are chemicals out there that are changing the chemical makeup of certain populations of frogs within this certain thing. But there's disputed evidence that makes sure that like, it's all there's more to it, right? But he's a character that makes things fun, and the difference is the problem is that people can't differentiate between a fucking show that has information that has a nuance of truth that allows you to go and do further research and don't believe everything and news, right? And that's the
one
problem
thing
with
about
Tucker Carlson saying that though, because he's on a prominent news station, right? And
right,
so
but
having
people
a
have to.
show on a news station is still a thing. It's just a strange situation where you like back in the day, right? To say Crossfire, that was the show that he's on. Same situation. If you're to believe what they're saying, those are all opinions. Those are just people's opinions. It's a show based on these characters that they've developed that are hyper exaggerations of probably their characters, their own characters. They're not true actors, they're just people. But I'm going to hyper accentuate how I believe in order to make this entertaining for the people.
For sure,
And
for sure.
if you can
But
push past that, like, don't believe what these people are saying. The news isn't fucking news these days. It's not
yeah,
news.
but
We all know
in
that.
Canada, 70,
Swiftness.
I would say 90% of it is CNN global influence. And if you want to get a right perspective of it, you got to pay. Like, why do I have to pay to get Fox News? Why do I have to pay to get a Republican channel? Why? And why is the Democratic free? Why is it free? Why is the manipulation of the masses free? You know, do you know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah, and I
like,
agree, but in the same sense, I do want to say this though. I do understand. It's like, why is the opposite opinion not accessible to us and not pushed forth, and we have to pay to fear that? But this one narrative is pushed in front of us and almost advised to watch. But in the same sense, we say Tucker Carlson is a character. He is over exaggerating his position. In the same sense, look at somebody like Don Lemon. If you watch him and see the way he speaks, it's super inflammatory, and you cannot believe that he believes the things that he believes when you watch the same dude sit down with Morgan Freeman. If you watch that interview and Morgan Freeman just calls him out on all his bullshit the entire time, two black guys talking, and Don Lemon tries pulling the black race card, and Morgan Freeman's like, nah, man, like, you're good. Look at us. We're two black guys on a major news network talking right now in 2020, or it was like 2019 or something. And they're just talking and being like candid, and he's like, man, like we are the epitome of success in this moment. And like Buddy just like can't really like he doesn't he breaks down a bit. He has a real world moment where like he's not speaking the way that he like Don Lemon isn't speaking the way he normally speaks, where it's just like from a script where it's like clearly this dude doesn't believe everything that he's saying, but he works for a news network. He plays a character. This is his thing. This is what he does, and this is the audience that he plays to. And so I don't hold it against any of them, and I don't think that any of us should really look at these major news networks as news networks. We should look at them as entertainment. Rant done.
Well, I agree. Except for there are so many in America that view it as real. There's actually people that not so long ago were waiting for JFK Jr. to return from the dead. And I'm not even kidding. They were out in the streets holding signs, waiting for JFK Jr. to rise from the dead. And to me, I'm like, this is where we're at. This is not good. And there was like
Can I
a
ask
pretty
you this,
decent
though?
sized crowd.
I don't want to cut you off or anything, but did you see that from Vice News?
From Vice News? No, I
Yeah.
saw like
Okay.
literally it's on all different news, but they actually had live streams of it going on. They had it on YouTube. There was tons of people holding signs. It's kind of like with the January 6th, my mom's like, "Oh, that was all Black Lives Matters." And I'm like, "Okay, well then why is Trump now saying if he gets elected for 2024, he'll write them all a pardon if it's Black Lives Matters?" That doesn't make sense. That doesn't check out. But he's like, no, those were my people. Now he's saying they're my people because he's like, I'll give you a pardon. So I'm like, which one is it? Are they Black Lives Matter or are they his people? It
Yeah,
doesn't
I don't-
line
yeah.
up. So like there's
I
a lot of
absolute-
that, but it goes on both sides. But like it's like when people believe the news and the politicians, whether on the right or left in America, to the point where like they're waiting for JFK to return from the dead, or like there's people that legit think Trump is still the president right now, that I have to be like, no, he's not the president right now. And they're like, yes, he is. Biden's just the mouthpiece. Trump's the one making the decisions. And I'm like, okay. But it's
Yeah,
like,
that
it's
would-
weird.
that-
It's
yeah.
like a cognitive dissonance thing. So like
Okay,
that's like
so
the
I
kind
get-
of like people I deal with here, which is
There's
weird.
a star on her wall and there's a star tattoo. I think there's something going on here.
Like she's Jewish? That's not a Jewish star.
No.
Oh. Oh, the correlation between the two.
Oh.
We'll also have
Oh, Celtic.
Oh, now she's trying to do the divert tactic.
Yeah, divert. Yeah, no, nothing to do with the stars. Nothing.
well,
like
I'm
that.
neurodivergent. See, it's in my name, divert or divert.
Yeah, divert. So what I was gonna say is like why I brought up the idea of if you saw that from Vice News is because the only thing that I've seen of people acting that crazy relates to QAnon, and the only time I ever see anything about QAnon is through Vice News. It's like they perpetuate it and keep this like weird conspiracy group alive, where it's like I don't disagree. You have a lot of people in the United States. If there were more people in Canada, I'm sure there would be separate groups that hold really far conspiracy beliefs that we all of us here, I'm sure, believe
there we go.
things that are on the scale of what these people believe, but we're not full out crazy. We're not going to diverge into it.
Well, this is
Oh, yeah, no,
Twitter
no,
here.
Yeah, the people that were thinking that JFK was going to come back because that was a QAnon
Yeah.
conspiracy.
And it was
But
real.
that's-
They actually showed up waiting. Like it was very strange.
Yeah,
And
but
I
what
was
I'm
just
saying
like-
is I only ever see QAnon stuff through one particular news outlet, which is Vice News, and I never see anything about them anywhere.
Oh, because you
ever.
guys, that's right. You guys have different acts. Okay, I like forget sometimes because I'm like, what do you mean? I see it everywhere. And I'm like, oh, wait, you guys are in Canada. Duh. But no, we have it like everywhere. Like there's even a couple like people that are in our government that are big time QAnon lovers who like
Well,
will put like these
it-
weird vague messages on their Twitter feeds. And you're like,
But one thing that I was going to say that is interesting about that, not one thing that I was going to say, but something that sparked in my head as soon as you said that, is that, I don't love Tim Pool. I think that he's kind of an asshole, but he has some good opinions, and I like the fact that he has a lot of different individuals that come onto his podcast, and he had Marjorie Taylor Greene on, And if you listen to her speak, because it's a situation where you can sit down, you can hear somebody speak unfiltered for 2 hours, 3 hours, right? And her opinions were very sound, and a lot of the things that have been said about her, she discussed, brought up real facts, and debunked the things that have been said, and also disputed things and like refuted things, saying like, yes, I agree that that was wrong and I shouldn't have said that, and I don't agree with that anymore. Right? Where it's like, okay, that's respectful. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, you can say like, I was stupid, that was stupid, I shouldn't have said that. That's not what I agree with, and that's not how I'm going to move forward. Along with calling out things like something that I think everybody can agree with. The individuals, what is she? A fucking what are they called? What is she called? People, the ones that are like our premiers. What are they? She's a House member. You're fucking
Member of Parliament.
member of Parliament,
MP? No.
like an MP.
The you mean
Yeah.
Congress
A
member
Congress member, yeah, in the U.S.
or House of
So-
Representatives or we've
But,
got a
you know,
bunch.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
complicated.
She's a Congress member, but when
Mhm.
bills are passed, they're not required to read them. They're only required to either agree or not agree. So it's like they don't have to read them, whether or not it's 3 pages or 300 pages. The requirement for a congressman is not, you don't have to read the fucking bill. So what are you voting on? That makes me so angry. It's like, how are you going to say that? And as a congressman to come out and say that, that's a fucking good thing. To just tell the American people, listen, we don't even read the bills. Nobody reads them. They may read a
Well,
couple
they are
pages to get somebody to read them.
Yeah,
That's
did you
what
hear
we're
what
saying.
happened
They're
in
thousands
Canada?
of pages. That's how it's like, yo.
Yes,
why don't-
and it's all
and-
legal terminology. I'll try to read them myself, and I'll have to stop like every 10 seconds because I mean, not that I'm very brilliant, but I'm also dyslexic, so I have to like keep stopping and be like, okay, let me Google this word now because I've never ever
Yep.
seen that word before, and maybe if I was a
How's it
lawyer, I
being
would have.
used?
But
Yeah, how's it being used?
Exactly.
And stuff? Like, yeah. And that's what they
So
do.
I
that
get it.
People like us can't go and figure out what's going on. Especially like you said, if it's 300 pages of this, what the hell are you
Mhm.
like? That's like trying to make. I have to translate 300 pages of this legalese.
I literally.
But they all
have-
do that on both sides, like Republicans and Dems, and then they're like, haha, you don't know what's in it until you pass it. And both of them do it to each other. And then I'm like, we don't get anything passed ever
Yeah.
on either side.
Yeah.
We're just stuck here screaming at each other. So, like, we all lose. And when things do pass, it's usually not what Americans want. It's usually not what's in the majority. It's usually like the 10% of Americans maybe want it and the rest of us don't. And it's usually things that benefit like their donors. And that's what I want to stop. I'm like, that needs to stop because literally all of our rights and all of the bills are determined by who's going to pay me the most amount of money as them in Congress. And so to me, I'm like, this country is no longer, I mean, I don't think it ever really was, but it's more of it's a corporation. It's not a country.
I
You know?
agree. I do agree. Klutz, you've had something to say.
Oh, I
you're a
was
little
just
bit.
gonna-
You were a little bit quiet, so you.
I'm
you don't
sorry.
Come through when you start
No.
talking.
I was just gonna comment on that. Like, I've got probably 10 tabs up right now, and 3 of them earlier were just looking up definitions so I could further understand, what they're talking about. And I mean, I'm not dyslexic. I did quite well in English, but I still have, like, for myself, I still have to look up terms and stuff to understand and dissect things. So, I mean, I couldn't imagine being dyslexic and then having to go all through that too. So, I get it.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. The most people do not care, and that's the craziest part, and that's why it makes me upset when I hear people. You're not going to have Congress members go onto a random live stream on YouTube, sit down for 2 hours unfiltered, be asked whatever question they're being asked, and have to just respond. Of course, they could get up and leave, but then say things as inflammatory as, like, we're not even really required to do our job, basically. Where it's like, no one even reads the bills that are being passed that influence your life each and every day. Where it's like, that should be illegal. It should, like, things like it's the American public, not the Canadians, but the American public should stand up and be like, at least like one thing, if we're gonna pass anything, make it a requirement for each congressman to read the bill, or have a designated individual that reads the bill and transcribes it to them. Like, but no, they should be able to fucking read it. No, I'm not even going there. I'm not even giving them that much. They should be able to read it. I don't care how many pages it is. Like, read the fucking bill. I'm
So
sorry,
in
but-
Canada, they just found out on the page 42 that Trudeau was going to give him and the Liberals and the NDPs big giant bonuses. And someone that took the time to sit there, I don't know. I heard it remotely on the news this morning as I was driving to work. I was like, ain't that some shit? Page 42, hidden somewhere in the new legislation, or, let's vote on this. Like, wow. It's crazy, man. Ain't nothing but the truth. Whereabouts are you, Nero, in the States? Whereabouts are you? Oh,
New
Detroit,
Jersey.
right? Oh, New Jersey.
No, New Jersey.
New Jersey. Coots, what
New
province
Jersey-
are you in?
Oh, yeah.
I'm in the northern part of BC.
Okay, well, I'm in the lower mainland of BC, so you're still on the stupid lockdown with us, with me, with this
That's so fun.
retardation.
That
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense. So, like, you're in the lower
We-
mainland of BC, which I assume has a higher population than the upper northern part of BC, yet you're in the exact
We-
same lockdown?
We have some of the lowest vaccination rates in BC, in northern BC. But it's really annoying how, they look at Vancouver and then it's like, okay, hello, like we exist too, and guess what? An hour and a half away from us, they're all opened up. So you can literally travel an hour and a half away and you can go to a restaurant if you're not vaccinated. You can go see a movie if you're not vaccinated. Do you know what that is doing to our economy right now? I mean, I'm a server, so we're still busy, which is great.
I thought you were in a
But-
different province, but I guess I
No.
can't compare with you. We're in the same boat.
Yeah, so it's really frustrating being on a border town when freedom is an hour and a half away.
Right.
I'm on a border town
Literally.
too, but I'm only 5 minutes from the border. So guess who was at the 176 Pacific protest? But it's absurd. You're in Ontario, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are the mandates and freedoms right now for you guys? What have you guys? Has Doug Ford lifted over there?
So we're in a really interesting situation. When I come on here and I hear everybody talking from other provinces, it does feel a lot different than Ontario. And I used to live in BC for a bit. I lived in Victoria.
Yeah, you
And,
told me that. Yeah.
Yeah, but I grew up here in Ontario, and I didn't realize the differences between the provinces until I left. And then I've, I was seeing someone in the U.S. for a bit, so I was like moving between here and there. I was in Arizona for a while, and huge difference between Canada and the United States, especially in Arizona. They was fucking night and day. I would move to Arizona in a heartbeat. But one thing that I can say is that the difference in people is, like, we have a large population that is very densely set, and a very large immigrant population that came what was it, like 10 years ago or so?
Have
the
you been
influx
to
started?
Richmond or Vancouver? Like,
Oh no, I know that you guys have like a huge immigrant population, but the way that like Toronto did it was like we took a bunch of refugees from different nations and then just threw them into communities together, and said, here, live in this really densely populated area. Don't care to assimilate. But then all the children did assimilate, and now everybody's blended into this weird GTA culture of like different cultures that mixed with this weird Canadian culture. So it's like, you ever heard a Toronto accent, right? Where it's like I can't even do it right now. I'm not even gonna attempt to do it, right? Where it's
what mandates has Doug Ford lifted?
that's basically where I'm getting at. So it's like for most people are somewhat still doing whatever they want to do, but Doug Ford, it seems as though, because the majority, or not the majority, but the root of these protests have been here in Ontario, or at least in Ottawa. That was like the main goal. Everybody getting Ottawa. And it seems as though the government's just kind of scared. It doesn't seem like they're doing shit. They've said that they're going to lift mandates on March 1st. They're going to no more vaccine passports for restaurants or anything like that. You still have mask mandates everywhere, like and stuff. But for the past, I'd say 5 days, I have a Trump mask, and it broke. And so I just haven't been wearing my mask anywhere. I just haven't wore it because it broke, and I was like, well, screw it. And honestly, the perspective has been very good. Everywhere I go, I get like smiles. I walk in and people start smiling. I'm like, oh wow, that's weird. It's like they're just like happy to see a face or something, and it's like I'm down. And so the perspective or like the feeling that I have is that here in Ontario, they're doing whatever they want, but the people, since this protest happened, people are doing whatever the fuck they want. Like, we are not going back into listening to any sort of lockdown. You can say you want to lock shit down. You can say you want restaurants to close down, but there are business owners that have had enough. There are people that have had enough, and we're just living our lives. Like, I just walk around and go in, right? You go in like that, but nobody even looks at me like I'm a weirdo. They just look at me like I'm fine. It's a perfect mask. Klutz, you had your hand up. What'd you have to say there?
Well, my fiance went into our BC liquor store today. We have like, for a town of 11,000 people, we have like 6 liquor stores. Like, it's just ridiculous. But so we have several other options. So he goes in there and they tell him to put a mask on. He's like, well, I don't have one. And he's totally willing to wear a mask if they're like, please put a mask on. He's not gonna be an asshole. But they didn't have any. He's like, okay, bye, you know. And so I walk into our Safeway liquor store on the way home, and I go in there, and no one says anything. So, like, it's unfair to businesses like that are run technically by the government, right? BC Liquor Store.
Yeah.
And they have to follow different rules because they're they're provincial. So it sucks for them. I wonder how much business they've lost, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what I saw. So like before my mask broke, and I decided, you know what, screw it. I'm just gonna, like, the very first thing, my brother started working at this grocery store here in town, and I found out that they have a policy that they're not allowed to ask anybody to put on their mask or anything. It's they want them to, but they're not allowed to like tell them to. And so I was like, oh, I can just go in there and live my life. Okay, I'm gonna start doing that. So I've done that for a bit, but I saw this TikTok of a woman who was like, oh, like I lost my mask or something happened, and she's like, I forgot my mask, but I need to go into the store. I don't know what to do, but I have to go in. She's like, I'm just gonna do it. And so she like filmed herself
Oh, I
going
saw
in.
that too.
And
Yeah.
she was like happy, and I was like, you know what? That's a good thing. You know what? Screw it. When my mask broke, I was like, yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
throwing this thing out. I'm not getting another one. I'm not doing nothing. It was like
Yeah.
somebody asked, and I'll just be like, nah, I don't have one. I don't know, it broke.
Hey guys, I'm gonna leave and come back with voice only, okay?
Sounds good. Sounds good. Nero, how do you feel? Because I know that you're in a very different boat and you're not really ready to move on without the masks and stuff, and you still want that. How do you feel about us not really wanting the masks in our lives?
Well, that's your guys' opinion. You know, if I was a person who lived in a state that was, you know, had really good vaccination rates, or if my health was better, then I wouldn't care as much. But my family's high risk, so I just followed my doctors. I never listened to a single politician when it came to the vaccines or health. That plus it came out under Trump, so it's like really weird to me when people are like, it's because of Biden. I'm like, didn't it come out under Trump? Wasn't he the one who pushed it out faster? And they're like, well, we're not getting it because it came out too fast. I'm like, but so it doesn't like line up, because it's not very logical way of looking at it. I think anybody who decides to get a vaccine once or not, depending on what president they think it came out under, either way is like, but for me, like, my whole thing is, I know there's many reasons somebody would want to get it or not want to get it. For me, I just ask my doctor and talk to them. But you know, like the US right now, I think is 64% of the population only is considered fully vaxxed. And then 76% has had one dose. So there still is quite a big amount, but we've had, I think we're over 900,000 people dead from it. So our numbers, we're getting close to 1 million. So our numbers are pretty high.
So like that's the whole thing, and of course that's from the starting to the end. But you know, like it's not that, you know, most people here are pretty level-headed about it. Like my sister, for example, one of my sisters didn't get vaccinated. So like, and I respect her decision. Even though her and her kids are more in the high risk camp, but she's more concerned about the adverse reactions. And I'm like, you know what? That's your choice. I respect that. Like, so when she's around me, she'll just wear her mask to respect my wishes. I'll wear mine. And that's how we treat it. Like, and then aside from that, like my family, all the adults, like my household, I should say, all the adults are vaccinated. My kids aren't because my son is 4, so he can't be. But yeah, like I mean, most of the U.S. there's not like serious vaccine mandates except for if you work at a hospital, because the Medicare Medicaid made it mandatory that they would pull funding from whatever centers and hospitals didn't do the vaccine. So like they made it so that people could, like, you would have to quit your job because they're like, we'll just pull all funding, and then hospitals are like, oh crap. So they basically got them that way. And then, which I kind of understand, if you work in healthcare and you're around people who are immune compromised, who literally can't get COVID or they'll die, or there's like a very good chance that they'll die because they have cancer and they're currently going through chemo, or they have, you know, some significant issues. Like I can understand like wanting to protect those people if they can't be vaccinated. But on the same note, like, you know, it's like you have a choice where you work. You know what I mean? Like, and then for other places, like there's not really that many vaccine mandates. But you know, there's for some federal employees and state employees and stuff like that.
So, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I don't know which
Okay, wait,
provinces.
just 1 second. 1 second.
Yep.
Yo, Swiftness, what are you watching?
I'm not watching anything. I'm laying in my bed. Hence why I went to voice.
Who's watching TV?
I think that's Coot's husband gaming.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay. I was like, yo, I was like, yo, I was like, yo, are you just like listening to something like
He's playing SnowRunner.
NYPD Blue or something?
No.
No.
What I wanted to ask you, Nero, is you were saying, Nero, that you guys are almost at 1 million cases or 1 million deaths, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm ignorant because I don't know the actual details, but that's strictly COVID deaths, correct? You're saying almost
Correct.
1 million? Okay.
Correct.
Has the death rate gone up since 2018 when the flu, common cold, all the other stuff has been in place?
Oh yeah, big time.
Has it stayed the same and just been relabeled as COVID?
Oh no, because let's say for example, in our worst flu season ever, we would never get more than 60,000 people dead. So it's way beyond anything we've ever seen, ever. So, and unfortunately, I remember at the very place I used to go see my neurologist, I remember when they had to get a bunch of refrigerated trucks, and I was watching them sling bodies into those refrigerated trucks because they had nowhere. Like I saw the makeshift morgues. Like there were a lot of people dying.
I feel you, and I've heard those stories as well, and I'm never going to dispute those stories. And I'm gonna move it on to Klutz here after in just a second, because I know that we cut her off and she was in the middle of the story. But I do just want to say, in everything, you don't need to be apologized. I'm the one that's apologizing. I do want to just say before we do move on to that situation. Oh, you got some pups. Oh, is it a kitten? What is going on?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a puppy.
Big
It's a
dog.
lab.
Yeah.
It looks like a lab.
He's
I
a
wanna pet it.
Roddy
Oh my
English Mastiff
gosh.
Trust.
Oh, he's
My
so
pup's
cute.
always beside me, right here, but
Distraction.
she's not here now, but she usually is, but doesn't come through. That's what's crazy. Like I can turn this and it doesn't register my dog in the live because it's the green screen, but it does register me. Yeah. I don't remember what I was saying. I already lost it because of the dog.
Sorry, I distracted
What were you saying
guys.
before, Neuro? What were you saying? What were you just saying? Refresh my
Me?
memory. Yeah.
We were
what was it?
talking about the deaths in America, how many people had died, and mask mandates, vaccine mandates, that kind of stuff in the U.S. And there's not really much vaccine mandates except for healthcare workers, I think, and for some federal employees, and then obviously private businesses. That's their call. Or if they have, I think, more than 100 employees, they might be mandated or partially mandated depending on what line of work they're in. So it's like very kind of complicated. But it's mostly healthcare workers that get affected by the vaccine mandates here in the U.S., which I can understand, because if somebody's immunocompromised or they're allergic to the vaccine, which there are a lot of people that are, they have to be protected too, and they certainly are not going to be with herd immunity, especially with our
Okay.
not super high rates of vaccination.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see. That's why we can hear him. He's right there.
Yeah.
Gaming hard. Make sure that you tell him, at least at the end, that everyone here on the open debate, make sure that Cluse's fiance gets all the kills tonight. Make sure that he comes out number one, because ain't no China number one. It is Canada number one. So we are gonna win tonight in whatever game he's playing. Fuck everybody else.
I used to play
Promotes
Gears
and,
of War.
big
Gears of
vibes
War. I
ahead.
used to love that. But
Yeah.
He's
Sorry, go
back
ahead.
in the
playing,
day.
he's playing SnowRunner right now. There's no guns. It's literally
Oh, okay.
hauling stuff from place to place.
True.
He
Okay.
plays with his buddies.
So
So,
he's playing Farm Simulator, actually.
basically, yeah.
Yo, just let me
But
say
I-
this so that I don't forget. Just let me say this, and then I'll
Yes.
throw it to you just
Okay.
real quick. About everything, holy fuck. Are you serious?
This is why I
does
write
everybody
stuff
here
down.
have ADHD? Am I not the only
Oh,
one?
yeah. I've been diagnosed with
I knew
ADHD.
it.
Yeah,
I knew it.
sucks, yeah.
That's why I like you guys. I'm like, why do I get along with them so well? Even though we're okay, we're all neurodivergent. That's why.
It
There
has
you go.
to do with, whatever the fuck I was thinking, it has to do with, like, the reasons as to why something was just happening that you were talking about, but I cannot think about it again.
We were talking about masks, mandates, the population that has died from COVID versus.
Okay.
I was
Yeah,
explaining.
exactly. This is exactly it. So this is why I always get so like worried about this, and like I say this because you have a different perspective than I do because of this one different thing where it's like I agree, and I will never try to say that bad things didn't happen and that this was not a terrible situation that we endured. But I just do not think that it is bad anymore. I think that things are good. I think that we're on the road to recovering, and that we look at it right now, if you look at it the same as the common flu, if you can respect the fact that prior to 2019, I did not get a flu shot for the past 10 years, and I would not, and I will not get a flu shot. I do not do that shit. I am not doing it. Every single time that I've gotten the flu shot, I've gotten so sick, and I have bad reactions. I'm allergic to everything, so I can't take any. I can't take penicillin, erythromycin, Biaxin. Like there's every single thing that's good. Codeine. I can't take codeine. I can't take anything to help me, and so I get allergic reactions to so much shit. I'm not willing to even fuck around with nothing. And pharmaceutical drugs. So in college, I'm not taking pills. I ain't doing none of that stuff. Like not for me. It just does not react well with my body, and I do not mess around with drugs. I don't even take Tylenol. So don't tell me to put something in my body that I don't even take Tylenol.
I just have a question.
Leave me alone. Yeah.
Is anyone in your family adopted?
No.
Are we related? I'm just making sure.
Could be. We could be.
I'm like
Well-
thinking. I'm like sitting there going.
I'm only allergic to my
Because-
wife when she's in a bad mood.
Well, that's every man everywhere. Are you kidding? And woman if they're married to a woman. So that's pretty much everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Dude,
like,
I
but
try
that's
to
the thing,
avoid
right?
myself and I can't.
Okay, let Coots, you're too nice. You're like the typical Canadian. You say what
She's
you're
been
gonna say
willing-
now.
Yeah, she's been like trying to go for so long. I'm sorry for cutting you
Aw.
off and like taking control of the conversation. It's all on
It's
you.
only
Coots?
because I'm like kind of ADHD like that too, and I'm very mindful of me interrupting people because it is a problem. So I try my utmost best to not, and that's why I have a little piece of paper with me always now, because my brain just goes blah, and then what happens is I'm trying to focus on that one thing that I want to say, and then I can't even hear the rest of your guys' conversations.
We're all there.
So-
We know that. Yeah.
So I do have a few thoughts, things I just
You have the
wanted to touch
floor.
on.
You have as much
but-
time as you'd like. Take it and
Well,
tell
we're-
us all of your thoughts.
We might go back in time a little bit here. So
So
I have an article up here. Were you guys aware that COVID positive nurses, so nurses that have COVID, if they're well enough to go to work, they say they're being pressured to work while sick. So get this logic. So COVID positive nurses are being pressured to go into work because they're so short staffed and in such need of nurses
And where's this?
in Canada.
Are you talking about the U? Oh, okay.
Or it might be like this.
There-
is
there's-
from- this website is businessinsider.com. But it's been everywhere, like that I've seen anyways. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
just in
I
Canada
have
or if it is in the
bunch of
States.
I have a bunch of friends that are nurses, and I can guarantee that it's 100% at least here in Ontario for sure.
Yeah.
This is happening.
So, and I actually even, I think CBC, I heard it on the radio like months ago or weeks ago anyways. But I did hear it from a mainstream media source as well. So it's just like, where's the logic there when they're firing nurses that don't want to get vaccinated, but they're bringing in COVID positive nurses that are vaccinated? That is,
I mean,
like-
it's a bad one.
I'm bringing Dusty back in here for a second, or for a little bit. Swiftness, if you come back, I don't know where you went, you dropped out. But just Dusty to let you know, we have the floor for Klutz because she has been very quiet for a little bit, and we do know that she has a lot of information for us to hear. So once she does that, we're gonna move it on to Dusty, and then we'll go back down to you, Shannon. So that's the order of how we're talking right now because we have the little stick that we're gonna pass around and
we're going to
theoretically-
Dusty here first.
No, we're going to you,
Okay,
Klutz. We're gonna
okay.
give you
No,
the floor,
you.
and then we're yeah. You have the floor for as long as you'd like to give us all of the information that you've been thinking about because we want to hear it.
Going back to QAnon here, where you said it was only Vice. So I brought up kind of all the news articles. I see some The Guardian, Yahoo Finance, but it was only Vice that actually said QAnon isn't dead, it's growing. So just to mark on that point there. And then just let me pull out my little notepad here.
Yeah.
Oh, with Fox News. So coming over from left-wing politics and being raised in a left-wing household, it was always like Fox was like the devil. Like Fox was evil, they were terrible. All it was just bullshit, entertainment, right? And I see how they got themselves there, right, with their inflammatory headlines, etc. But at the same time, kind of like Rebel News too, they will still show another perspective. And that's what I think is important, is you need two varying viewpoints to make those informed decisions yourself. You can't just like follow one narrative. So as bad as Fox News is, and I've been following Rebel News a bit more, because up until a month ago, I was watching, CBC, Global, CTV, and I still do check those sources. But now I'm also looking at Rebel News, and I'm looking at Fox News, and TikTok as well. Live streams. I saw something earlier that they fact checked and debunked the whole lady being ran over by a horse thing. I'm like, what do you mean that was fact checked and debunked? They were literally live streams, and people were I just don't understand.
Yeah. I'd love to
So-
hear their perspective, right? It's like, how did you
Yeah.
fact check and debunk this? And what
Yeah.
conclusion did you come
Yeah,
to?
like it scrambles my brain.
What did your eyes see?
Right. So touching on that, so last night I brought up Team Halo. I've now made 2 videos. I tagged you in them, but I'll touch on it here. So, and we're not going down any kind of rabbit hole or anything here, but I just want to read kind of a few pointers if you guys can bear with me here. So the first thing I did is I went to the Team Halo website, which is teamhalo.org. So, and just for context, why I wanted to research this particular Team Halo thing is because I remembered where I saw it. I think it was a comment, and someone was like, they were arguing back and forth. And I was just like, what's going on here? So I'm like following their argument stream or whatever you want to call it. And finally it was said, oh, your Team Halo. Never mind, like there's no point in arguing with you. I'm done here kind of thing. So Team Halo is a group of scientists and healthcare professionals from around the world working to end the pandemic by volunteering their time to address it cuts off. Oh, Google. Anyways, to address COVID-19. Oh, good grief. Anyways, so I go into their website, teamhalo.org. It's just basically a bunch of doctors that are a part of the United Nations Verified Initiative. So I go to the Verified Initiative. I'm like, what is this? So Verified, UN launches new global initiative to combat misinformation. There has never been a greater need for accurate, verified information. That's like this headline. So just so you guys, I am looking at here. So you scroll down and the very first sentence says, we cannot cede our virtual spaces to those who traffic in lies, fear, and hate, says UN Secretary General. Misinformation spreads online in messaging apps and person to person. Its creators use savvy production and distribution methods. To counter it, scientists and institutions like the UN need to reach people with accurate information they can trust.
Just hold your microphone up just a little bit, because I want to hear definitely everything that you have to say, and just make sure that it comes through perfect.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. So I'll just scroll down a bit here. It says the department will partner with UN agencies and country teams, influencers, civil society, business and media organizations to distribute trusted, accurate content and work with social media platforms to root out hate and harmful assertions about COVID-19. In many countries, the misinformation, oh my God, I'm just gonna skip that word, surging across digital channels is impeding the public health response and stirring unrest. So if you guys go to un.org, it's /Africa renewal /news /coronavirus blah blah blah. But it's all here. So here it basically says.
Yo, 1 second.
Yep.
Somebody's Dusty. Maybe. Neuro, who is this? I can hear myself.
Me too.
Oh,
I'm gonna put everybody out, and y'all can come back in.
is that better?
No.
It's probably
They're trying to hack us.
no, it's probably me. I finally got.
It was Dusty. So Dusty, I'll bring you back in a second. Yeah,
Sorry, my volume was too loud. Ah.
Yeah, I saw that there. Yeah, that was bad. Sorry about that.
That's okay. So I did make 2 videos of this too, and it's a little bit more condensed here. Where was... Okay, so there are disturbing efforts to exploit the crisis to advance nativism or to target minority groups, which could worsen as the strain on societies grows and the economic and social fallout kicks in. The Verified Initiative will also work to address this trend with hopeful content that celebrates local acts of humanity. the contributions of refugees and migrants and makes the case for global cooperation. Apparently, they're in collaboration with Purpose. I want to see what that is. One of the world's leading social mobilization organizations. It is supported by the IKEA Foundation and Luminate. So I clicked on one of these doctors that was part of this Team Halo, and Mark Hanfeld. I think he's a German doctor. He's got 120. He's got 40 followers. He's got no videos. Like, I think I found the TikTok police. Like, literally, because he's just on here on TikTok with 40 followers and no videos, right? So he's probably just looking through stuff.
2 seconds. One sec. Or
yep,
sorry, 1 second.
Yep, I'm trying to bring up my stuff.
Neurodivergent. I'm gonna drop you out for a second because I don't know if this is coming through from your end and TikTok's just messing around. But I want Klutz to be able to give this information without anything coming through, and then you come back in once she's done talking. Okay?
Sounds good.
All right. So it's just you. So hopefully there's no because it kept echoing there as well. I don't know if
Okay,
you heard
is
that.
my
but I don't know
audio
what's
okay
happening.
too? Okay.
Yep, you sound good.
Audio's good. Okay. So I'm back on the Team Halo website, and I go to Dr. Mark Hanfeld, German guy. And then it shows his bio here. I'll just flip my screen here for a sec. I know it's going to be all opposite here. So basically, the second paragraph says COVID-19 vaccinations have now become an important part of Mark's work. He and his team spend many hours of overtime in vaccination clinics in an effort to control the pandemic. He also spends a lot of his free time providing public information about the vaccine on social media and trying to counteract misinformation so that people can make informed decisions. And then he's got this TikTok account with 40 followers, no videos. And then
How many people are you following?
120. So I see this, right? I see this comment. I can't find it. Like, it would take me forever to try and find it. I thought I saw a video about this. Maybe I did too. And then, so I'm seeing this comment thread, right? And this person is just being so nasty. And so I click on it, and yeah, it was like, oh, you're Team Halo, like, move on kind of thing. Like, I'm done arguing with you. There's no point. So I clicked on that, and his profile was just like this, where it said he was a doctor, whatever, COVID and vaccination, and then hashtag Team Halo. But the ironic thing was, it was just a hack account. The ironic thing is that, they're all about, where does it say this? I'm just going to quote it here. We cannot cede our virtual spaces to those who traffic in lies, fear, and hate. And whoever this person was that had hashtag Team Halo on their bio was just tearing into this other person. And I wish I could go back and find that. But so I just found it all interesting. And I don't know if people are trying to turn this whole thing into another conspiracy, but I just wanted to do kind of my own digging, and
well, the idea
that's what I found.
The idea that it kind of came out of nowhere, and then you decided to look into it based on this hateful comment, and then found all of this information around individuals who are supposed to be on the side of freedom, supporting not free speech, but supporting the free exchange of non-misinformation on the internet, making sure that misinformation isn't being spread and being the arbiters of truth and yada yada yada. And then it's like, who are these people? Once again, with very low follower accounts, but
and we kind of touched
the
on
same
that
thing
last night,
but
right? It's like, who are these people?
And who are the influx of individuals? But there's a difference between people who they have a random profile picture that is being perpetuated that may be all over the place that you see a lot, and that have a couple followers and follow a whole bunch of people, and then a situation like this where if you go and type in Sarah Grace XO26 into Google, you're probably not going to find anything. And so the fact that there's so much information and an entire organization around this group that these individuals have claimed to be a part of is really interesting to look into, especially with their motives and the yeah, just the motives of the organization itself and the timing around which it's being perpetuated. At least in my opinion, it's just interesting to look into at the very least.
Yeah. So that's kind of all I did. I just wanted to look into it, and I mean, there doesn't seem to be anything malicious about it, other than, you know, they're like, we want to stop spreading misinformation so that people can make informed or what? How was it worded? Let me go back here. Yes, can make informed decisions. And it's like, well, if you don't have all the facts and all the information, how can you make informed decisions? It's kind of, I don't know, just that statement is just so frustrating to me because, you know, yeah, of course we want to believe our doctors and nurses, and they're the ones that went to school forever, and scientists and stuff. But when it becomes political, I think that's where everything kind of started, right? They made it political, whether they wanted to do that or not, it happened. And I think that's where people stop trusting the science, is because it became so political. And people don't trust politicians, so you know, it's not that we don't trust our doctors and stuff, but it's like, again, like last night, we're like, where does this misinformation come from? How does it start, right? I know a lot of it can start through rumors and such, but
You
yeah.
just said it there, though. That's a
Anyways.
huge thing. It's like people trust their doctors. Like, I've always trusted my doctor. If my
Yep.
doctor's gonna be telling me things about, like, you know, this works with this, and like if you break your leg, this is how you're gonna help it. But like when I go to my doctor and they're saying, well, you know, Trump's pushing this vaccine and you probably shouldn't get it. And then 2 months later, they're like, you have to get this. I'm like, okay, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like,
Did you guys
that's not
see
what I came here
Well-
for.
Did you guys see the video of Justin Trudeau getting the vaccine, and someone like zoomed in on it and showed that his skin didn't come out and it totally looked.
Have
I
you
don't
ever
know-
seen someone get a one-handed vaccine before? I've never.
No, and as the video's
Bugs Bunny.
explaining that, I'm just like, holy shit. Like,
It's like a cartoon. You're right. Yeah.
it was
Have you,
wild. So if
Shannon?
anyone on this chat hasn't seen that, I saw it on TikTok. I'm gonna see if I can find it somewhere else. But
So I'm on that Halo page and just reading some of the bios of these doctors, and I'm looking at it. It's got little buttons underneath each of them. Like, are these the social medias that they monitor?
I
And
maybe.
yeah, like one guy's got Instagram. Some of them just have TikTok. Another guy's got TikTok and Instagram. And as far as doctors go, I don't think this one caught my eye just because the first sentence is Dr. Kiran Morjaria is a junior doctor and comedian. What?
That's kind of a joke in itself.
Right?
He's a junior doctor and a comedian in Manchester, and I'm
The
like,
comedian pays more, so I have to put it in my bio.
right?
That's
Like,
rich. he says.
This is the guy I'm supposed to take medical advice from, apparently, on TikTok and Instagram.
That's
Yeah,
the
I
world we
just-
live in, though. Like,
Yeah.
right? Like, the world that we live in, unfortunately, is very, it's very opinion driven. It's very, what's the word? We look for validation. And so it doesn't matter if you're a doctor or you're a soccer coach or if you are a pop star. in today's society, like the idea of Instagram, why do you think so many people make a fake life on not a fake life, but it is a fake life. Like they're gonna make sure that every picture that they take is they look good, they look really great, because in the end, the world, the way that you portray yourself to the world it doesn't just have to be good because you want to look good. It has to be good because there are so many other people competing to look good that if you do not stand out, you're never going to. It's just like this weird validation thing where it's like, you know, everybody has to agree that what I've done is a good thing, and it's like it's all virtue signal and validation driven. Where it's like, you know, fuck, you can live on a farm, raise some chickens, have a wife or a husband, and raise some children, and you're gonna be better off than 90% of the population. You're gonna be doing good,
Yeah.
in my opinion, at least.
Yeah, there's about 100
Mom?
doctors on here. It's weird.
Yeah.
Shannon
it's
says
a
lawmakers
bunch of-
made hundreds of stock transactions during the pandemic, and this is something we've talked.
They
about.
made
Yeah,
money
people-
from it.
Oh, big time. Did you
And that
see
was
Doug
Alright.
Ford?
Democrat and Republicans all did that. And I think that's why they downplayed the pandemic in the beginning. They knew from the very beginning how bad it was. And yes, Trump was involved because he said, oh, it'll be over in a couple weeks. Yeah, okay. But, you know, aside from that, Democrats also cashed in. So did Republicans. Like, I think that was intentional. I think that's part of why they made it political. Both sides did that because it undermines the faith in government, which we barely had any going into the pandemic to start with, right? And then on top of that, they were like, we can now divide the country further, make a ton of money off the stocks. As people, they don't care if, you know, a huge percentage of the population dies. They didn't care, you know. So like that's what it came down to, and I think that's where it became political and stuff like that. But it was on both sides, which is like why for me, like when people are like, oh, you're this because you got the vaccine. I'm like, no, I listened to my doctor. Had nothing to do with politics. It's like for me, it's like, okay, what do I do for my health because I'm high risk?
No.
And to
I
each
think
their
that like, a lot
own,
of the
but-
time. Let me just say this though. I think that a lot of the time, because when people say that, like, "Oh, you're a Democrat because you listen to your doctor," I think that it's more so the generalization. Because even though people pretend like they're not going to play identity politics, people use identity politics. So they look at Republicans as all doing the same thing, or Democrats as all doing the same thing. So like the idea of trusting your doctor, getting vaccinated, and doing those steps that have been told to each of us.
Hmm.
Oh, sorry. That really it is a large value that has been set in the Democratic Party, but that doesn't make it a Democratic value. That is just something that, as an individual, you thought was the best decision, and people don't take the time to actually ask the individual person what made you decide what to do. It wasn't just like if you just said, I did it because that's what everyone else was doing, and that's the right thing to do, and you have to do your part to make everybody else safe. Okay, then you're a fucking idiot, and I'm sorry to tell you that, but you didn't make your own decision. You did this because you thought it was for a greater good, and it's a virtue signal. That doesn't make anybody safe. If you did it because you thought you're going to be safe, good for you. Do what you think is going to make you safe. That's literally the idea of freedom, giving people the opportunity to do what they want to do.
Exactly.
This is all my opinion, though.
So,
Klutz, you got your hand raised.
Well, yeah. So I'll tell you kind of my vaccine story here. So I worked in 2 different restaurants over the pandemic. Over the summer, it was very busy, so they needed me at both places. And so I went. Part of that was without a mask because for a little bit we didn't have masks, and then we did, and then there was a short time, I think in April of last year or something, where they took the masks away for like a week or 2 or something, and then they brought them right back. At least in BC, anyways. So we didn't get vaccinated until quite some time after it came out. We're not anti-vaxxers. Like, we have all our childhood vaccines. I got my kids' chickenpox vaccine because I had chickenpox so bad. I never want to see my kids go through what my sister and I went through having chickenpox. So I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I was hesitant of a brand new vaccine that was being politicized. So interestingly enough, working at 2 restaurants around so many different people. One of them was at a truck stop where, you know, truckers are coming from all over the country. And, you know, we didn't get COVID once. We eventually did, and I had to convince my fiance. So we each have one, and I had to convince him, and it was almost like pulling teeth because he just didn't trust it, right? But here I am. I'm like, well, you're a smoker, you know. He's actually trying to quit right now, and he's doing really well. But because he was a smoker, I was quite worried about him and his lungs and everything, right? So I was only getting my news from CBC, Global, CTV, you know, the mainstream sources. And for about a week, you know, things looked really, really bad and really, really scary. And that's the reason why we got vaccinated. I'm like watching all this stuff. I'm like, okay, you know, this isn't looking good. Maybe we should go do this. And so we got vaccinated. And I believe it would have been sometime in July. And then 6 weeks later, I got COVID. Or Tanner, my fiance, got COVID. And he got it from his double vaccinated boss. And the only symptoms we had at that point was that our ears felt like they were underwater. We had a lot of ear pressure. Other than that, we weren't sick. We had no fever. We had no cough. We weren't, you know, I don't know if that's because we had literally just got the vaccine or what. So the fact that we had got the vaccine and then we got COVID and we had gone all this time without catching COVID and working around all these people, he brings it home from his boss, not some random stranger that, you know, I was serving at the restaurant, not someone that I passed on the sidewalk, not someone in Walmart, not some, you know what I mean? We got it from someone that we knew who is double vaccinated. And then fast forward to Christmas here, December, I ended up getting it from a coworker. And it wasn't from some random that I passed in the street. It wasn't from going to a big party, which we've also had. My house, my rules. We still had people over. We did not, like, we had to abide by the rules that affected us. So like wearing masks and, you know, we respected businesses' decisions and stuff and their mandates and whatever. But my house, my rules. Our house, our rules. So we did have parties and no one ever got sick. It just so happened we each got it from a coworker that we work in very close contact with every single day. So when we got COVID over Christmas here, my fiance was more sick than I was. He got the fever and everything. It was way different than the first time. But also, if you know, if it's true what they say with how the vaccine, you know, loses its potency over, I mean, we got vaccinated in July, December. I mean, that was a year and a half later, right? So, or I guess 6 months. I don't even know. I don't know where I am in time right now, but I lost my sense of taste and smell for 6 weeks. He lost it for 2, and we had very different symptoms, even though we had the same amount of vaccines. So, you know, I just, found it all kind of interesting. Did our own little experiment.
So I have
that's
some
why
questions
we didn't get
here.
a second one, because
Yeah.
why would we get one if we already got it? And we got it from someone that was double vaxxed. It just didn't make sense to us. And I do understand that it maybe lessens your symptoms, keeps you out of hospital, this, that, and the other thing. But I still, you know, that's that ongoing argument, like, well, if you got the smallpox vaccine or any other vaccine, chickenpox, for example. My kids haven't had chickenpox yet. Chickenpox, I believe, was only one dose. It might have had a booster, but I don't think they have to get it again for quite some time. Not every 4 months, right? That's
The
kind of
point
the
with
issue
those,
too.
I don't want to cut you off, but the point with all
Nope,
the
go
stuff
for
that
it.
we got as kids, and like,
Yeah.
is that the research has been done, and it's not the fact that we
Yeah.
have to have 2 shots and a booster. The fact that we have to have 2 shots and a booster every 7 years. It's the
Yeah.
fact that we know
Yeah.
that this is what we need, and we
Yeah.
don't know. And so
Yeah.
there's two things that I have to ask here.
Yeah.
Two things that I want to say. One, I see that Shannon has muted her screen because she's doing dishes and she's making noise. For everybody in the chat, I didn't know that you guys could mute your own screens because I can't mute you guys. So if you're going to be making noise and you want to just stick in the chat, that's awesome. Do that for sure. And stick in the chat and just mute yourself and then do whatever. And like, that'd be sick because I can't do that. And good. Awesome. And then second, with what you said about the vaccine, then you got the vaccine, you got the vaccine and then you got sick. At least like the meme that goes around. I say meme. Whenever I say meme, I am relating to an image that conveys a series of information that is portrayed quickly, but has a large like a meaning that is like can be pushed across many narratives. So it's like it's being spread across the internet, but a lot of people can relate, and it's just one image, but it really hits home for a lot of people. And so about a month ago, there were a set of numbers that were being pushed here in Ontario, and it was the vaccination, unvaccinated rates of individuals that were in the hospital. And
Yep.
the same as Fox News, I saw a lot of people here on TikTok. They posted this shit all the fuck over the place, and it made me so angry. And I had another TikTok, and I made a video about it, but I don't know if anybody saw it because we're here in the new world, here on the Open Debate 2.0. And yeah, essentially, people would say, so it was like, these are roughly the numbers that were happening in Ontario. If you were unvaccinated, right? They're in, say it's it was in January, about January 25th. We'll go out there. So about a month ago. 500 people were in the hospital that were unvaccinated. And then 1,300 people that were vaccinated were in the hospital with COVID, right? So you were essentially 3 times as likely to be admitted into the hospital if you were vaccinated than if you were unvaccinated. And that's all people would show. But if you just scroll down one little bit, it showed who was in the ICU. And if you look at the ICU, it was split 50-50. So if you were unvaccinated, you were 50% in people that were vaccinated to unvaccinated. So you have to take your pick there. You are way more likely to catch COVID and admit yourself into the hospital because those people who are testing for COVID are more likely to go to the hospital. So if you just think that you have the flu, you're probably not going to go. And if you don't get the vaccine, you don't agree with testing, you're probably not going to go to the hospital. But if you do, and you're going to go, then you have COVID, you're in the hospital, you're vaccinated, you're more than likely tested and counted as a COVID patient. But if you're unvaccinated and you do end up catching COVID, you are more likely to get a severe case and be in the ICU. Like, I don't know what that is. So it's like, what is it, like 1/4 or it was like 1/3 times more likely than an unvaccinated person? If they're 3 times more likely to be admitted into the hospital or admitted into the hospital than an unvaccinated person, but it's 50-50 split who would be in the ICU. 100%, you can't pretend like you don't have a higher chance of actually being detrimentally sick if you do catch it. Your chances of catching it, though, are much lower. So what risk are you willing to take?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
what you have to choose for yourself.
There was
Well-
an interesting article. It was basically, I'm pretty sure lots of people have seen it by now. It was like, you can't just look at the raw data. But it was kind of, I started reading it and it was a little bit convoluted because I wasn't sure. I'm like, okay, are they saying that more vaccinated people are getting it and are in the ICU or more unvaccinated? It was a little bit convoluted and I tried to like break it down and I'm like, I don't really know what they're trying to tell me here. It was very
Yeah.
confusing. I don't know if anyone knows article I'm talking about, but
Yeah, they've put out a lot of numbers, and some
yeah,
people have tried to go through them, and it just your head would explode trying to figure out where they were coming from if you tried to use their numbers.
I found it.
Did you?
I did. It's a CTV News article. So the headline, and I don't know if you guys have noticed this. Maybe it's not just. It's probably not just CTV, but their headlines are getting more and more.
Alarmist?
Well, not even that. They're just misleading, and then it just makes people like jump, and people don't even read the article, right? Like they just read the headline, and I think that's a big
And then
problem.
the article doesn't justify the headline whatsoever. It's
No.
like they don't ever equate to what they actually said in the headline, where it's like the only way you could make that conclusion, like that's an opinion. It's all an opinion because it's the opinion piece. So
Yeah.
it's like Trump is literally a Nazi, and then the whole entire article is just the reasons as to why they believe he has done bad things. And you're like, okay, so where did he ever pledge his allegiance to the neo-Nazi movement in America? And like we literally here in Canada have a communist party of Canada. And so if you want to say that Trudeau's a communist, he could join that party. He could make that his party. It's like I know that that's like very hyperbolic, but it's like if you want to just make vast claims, back them up, right? It's like if you're going to tell me that Trudeau's a communist, give me the reasons as to why. He may have authoritarian values, and he may not be a good person. But if you're just going to make weird, vast claims, it's the same as somebody saying Trump's a dictator. Give me the reasons as to why, and I will
Oh.
believe you. But don't just make the generalization.
Well, after Monday, I don't think the Communist Party would take them either. They voted against the Emergencies Act.
Like, how sad is your fucking country when you have a communist party and they're voting against the prime minister's actions? Like, that's fucked. We're screwed.
I just want to read you guys the heading of the CTV News article because it's just, and then I'll read the first page. If you guys want to look it up, it's ctvnews.ca/health/coronavirus. All you have to type in to Google, what did I do? Let me go back here. I typed in, you just can't look at the raw data COVID. That's what I typed into Google, and it was literally the first one on here. So I'll just read the headline. It says, you can't just look at the raw data. Unvaccinated patients dying from COVID-19 at higher rates in several provinces. And then the first paragraph says, as more of Canada's population becomes vaccinated, several provinces are seeing that COVID-19 related hospitalizations are made up of a large number of vaccinated patients. The same trend also appears when analyzing COVID-19 related deaths. So it literally just said the opposite of what the headline said, right? Or am I just crazy here? Like,
No,
It makes you feel crazy. It
it-
makes you
it says-
feel crazy.
oh man,
it says
does.
the
And
absolute
literally,
opposite.
the entire article is like that. Like, and then the next paragraph, it's like
Yeah,
back
the
and
next
forth,
paragraph
like,
throws my province under the bus, so we can just skip that one.
like it just. I did read it the other day, and I didn't know what to make of it. I really didn't.
Well, you were talking about how you got COVID from coworkers, and in the last maybe 10 weeks, one person that rents my basement and shares my kitchen had COVID. He's double and boosted. My one friend, she is triple. She's 25 and she got it. And my best friend has a single shot, and her boyfriend, who was working for me at the time, they got it. She brought it home from work, the friend. He's unvaccinated, and he had to stay up to make sure she didn't stop breathing because she was in worse condition than him. The guy that lives in my house and shares my kitchen, who didn't tell me for almost a week that he had COVID. So we were sharing the kitchen like nothing was wrong. He tests positive. I don't. I'm fine. I haven't caught it. Then my friend that works in a daycare caught it, and she got it from one of the kids, takes it home. Her boyfriend's unvaccinated, refuses for the same reason most do. He wants more information before he does. She's sick as a dog. He's still uninfected. He has not caught it, and they share a house. So why are all the people around the unvaccinated getting so sick, and the unvaccinated people around them seem to be absolutely fine right now?
And
It's just
that's not the first time I have heard that and seen that written. And people are like, oh, well, fallacy this, fallacy that, bias this, bias that. You're just looking for patterns, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, now you're just trying to undermine us because I've heard that.
I experienced it.
Right? Like,
Right.
oh. No, this hurts my
Well,
brain.
I have some thoughts possibly about, at least I know you said before you're reading studies, obviously getting vaccinated, I'll never say it keeps you from getting COVID, because obviously that's not true. And that's not
But-
the end goal. The end goal is to hopefully keep you out of the hospital,
Yes.
hopefully keep you from dying,
Yes.
But
if
other
you're high
vaccines
risk.
do.
Not all though. There's many
Sure.
vaccines that won't work fully. I mean, and on top of that, there's other ones that come back at you later in life and stuff like that. Like, you know, if you've had an illness, it can stay with you. Like, you know, for example, like the kissing disease, you know, can come out and it can actually,
So-
now they suspect it causes, what is it? Is it MS? They suspect
had
it's one of the
mono.
players in that.
I had
Yes,
mono when
me
I was
too.
10 and I almost died. I have never been so sick in my entire life. I was on death's doorstep, man. It was awful. Awful, awful, awful.
So like that's my whole thing, like you know, and then we're all going to have different reactions to everything. They've already determined that there's a couple different genetic factors, a couple different genes that some of the population carries, which would cause a far worse reaction to COVID, which I always suspected because I've noticed whole families go out even when some family members didn't have any pre-existing conditions from COVID. I'm going, wait a minute, there's got to be some type of genetic component to this. And they did find a couple genes, but how do you know all of the genes in your genome? Nobody does, you know? So none of
That's
us
why I
would
think it's
know who's
man-made.
at more risk than not. I mean, if it was, then obviously that was very evil and sinister. I'm not saying it was or it wasn't.
It's the way
I
that
don't
it
know
works
enough
in the
about it.
people. That's what I'm saying. It's because of the way that it's working in the population, right? So there are certain individuals, like you said, it seems as though it may be something to do with their genome, their own genetic makeup that makes them more susceptible. Where the entire family is going to just like one person has a mild case and the entire family just passes away. And then there are other cases where somebody is pretty sick, and their husband and wife, they literally, you know, do the dirty. They're in the same bed, they do the dirty. They're chilling. They eat out of the same bowl. They're just living their lives, and their partner doesn't ever get it. And so to say that it's like in water droplets or that it's spread through like fluids, I don't know. Like we don't really know. I don't think that we know at this point because there are too many cases of people that are in such close contact with people that are so sick and don't get sick that it's like you can't tell. You can't tell me that that's how it's spread. We don't know. We don't know anything. I don't pretend to know, and that's why we still do need to be cautious about things. But you can't be
Yeah.
overcautious because we don't fucking
Yeah.
know, right? Like we don't know anything. I don't know. At least
Yeah.
I don't
Right.
know anything.
Exactly. No, and then the whole other thing is the other question I was going to say is we know it's not meant to completely prevent, like nobody states it's going to completely prevent you from getting it. However, according to at least the CDC and a bunch of other places, the people who are vaccinated get it for less length of time. And it seems to be the unvaccinated that are creating the mutations. And then with the mutations, obviously some are stronger, like Delta, and some are weaker. Like supposedly the first wave of Omicron, because Omicron actually did kill a lot of people in the States. A lot of people were like, oh, it's weaker. And they're like, oh, crap, we were wrong, because they kind of spoke too soon in the US. There's also a second variant now that spun off of the Omicron, which now is apparently resistant to all the other treatments they were using
for COVID patients. So now it's like resistant to any of them. So I'm like, oh, this is
So,
going to be
so is
great. This is going to
Omicron.
take out
That's
a
just
lot of people.
that is a scare tactic to make you up. That's a scare tactic. So is Omicron. Omicron's
Oh,
resistant to
I'm
every
not
single
scared.
every.
I'm just,
No, no,
I'm
no, no,
being
no, no.
sadistic
Just
and
listen.
dark humored. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but listen to what I'm saying right now. Okay,
Hmm.
it's the framing of around the way that the media likes to portray things. So you want to look at Omicron? It's resistant to every single treatment that they've put out. There is no treatment to Omicron. It is absolutely resistant. You are absolutely unable to stop Omicron if it comes into your body. And that's literally how they're trying to promote this new variant, because there's no way to make you afraid other than to tell you
Yeah.
that there's no way for us to stop it. Yeah, we know that. It's a new variant. You couldn't
And
have
that
just
certainly
created
could
something to
be.
stop it.
Yeah, and that certainly could be. I don't doubt that for one second, because I know with the media, they're always trying to get that fear factor, that reaction. That's why, like I said, I don't listen to a lot of that, believe it or not. I listen to doctors, I read stuff from literally CDC and VAERS and stuff like that. I don't really play around with the political side. Everyone has their own opinion. Nobody likes being told what to do. I'm pretty stubborn. I don't like being told what to do, but I also equally don't want to tell anyone else what to do. That's just how I stand. As long as they're respecting my wishes, like if they're in close proximity to me. Other than that, I'm like, dude, live your life, do what you want, you know. But with the vaccine data, what I want to get out real quick before I forget, I'm sorry, is I've seen a lot of people saying, okay, well, a lot of people I know that were, you know, double or triple vax seem to be getting sick a lot. Well, there's a lot of people I've seen myself that have gotten sick right after getting vaccinated because they get this false sense of security, like, oh, I don't have to wear my mask now. I'm going to go out to eat all the time. They go out when they really go hard and they party again. And the next thing you know, they're sick because they didn't mask up. They weren't washing their hands. They were in close proximity at bars, which, hey, they're living their life the way they want to. So I'm not like complaining about it, but I'm like, I think that's another big part of it. So I wonder in those studies where they say like the vaccinated are, you know, getting COVID a lot, were they masking up or were they partying hard? Like that's the other factor. Like I wish we had the stats on that. Like if they would even tell the truth, you know, which who knows? And again, that's their life, but I wonder how that played into them catching COVID. Because if they were being a bit like more reckless because they're like, oh, I got the vaccine, which hey, again, their life, it could account for them getting a higher rate of COVID because they're just out doing that. Because it doesn't prevent it; it just
People
is
went
supposed to
out
make you
and
not
did
die
that.
from it.
People
I'm
went
gonna
out and
post
did that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was gonna say I was gonna push it on to Klutz, but I was just going to say before I did, I agree with you. I think that that's one of the main issues that keeps people in fear is the fact that we don't have that sort of information being portrayed to the average individual. Because the question that I posed before, right? We've all been in close contact for the past month in Ottawa, and nobody's getting sick. We're moving forward, so it's like, is that actually a problem? Because obviously, if it is, there's a reason to be concerned. But if it's not, it's a reason to be happy. Klutz, on to you.
So people went out and they started partying again, and because the mandates were gone for them, if you got vaccinated, you could go to a restaurant, you can sit down without a mask on, and generally, from my experience, I see it every single day. People are quite attentive when they do get up, they put their mask on, go to the bathroom, leave, whatever. I would say about 70% of people roughly are still doing that. When they're sitting at the table and eating, obviously they don't have a mask on. But people were told that once they got vaccinated and they got this QR code and they went into a restaurant and had all their stuff checked so that they could do that, well, of course they're going to go wild because they're vaccinated. They're not going to get it, right? But then it started showing that they were getting it. So, and I think this is where the whole mandate thing, and this is when people started getting mad. And then that's when the whole protest started in Ottawa, is because people in restaurants are still getting COVID, even though you're vaccinated and you have to go in there with a QR code to get in. And then other people that are unvaccinated aren't allowed, even though the vaccinated are getting COVID and they're going into these restaurants. So at
Now we
that
have to
point,
lock down again.
at that point, that becomes discrimination.
So-
So that is why people got so angry, and we still had a peaceful protest, no matter what you say. Loud,
Yeah.
but peaceful.
Dusty, what do you have to say about that?
Well, yeah, it was peaceful, definitely. But I pulled up a news article from March of 2021 about the effectiveness of the vaccines, because I very clearly recall them touting them as 94.5% effective at preventing infection. And this one, the headline is Real World Study by CDC shows Pfizer and Moderna vaccines were 90% effective. The first line, a new study suggests the messenger RNA vaccines produced by Moderna and Pfizer BioNTech partnership appeared to be 90% effective in preventing COVID 19 infection in the real world setting.
We're being
That is how they
gaslit, man.
That is
I'm
how
telling
they
you.
marketed it when they brought these out. Then in about May and June, they said, "Oh no, they're not effective at preventing spread. What they're an infection. What they're effective at is preventing ICU and hospitalization." And now you know, they give you mild symptoms. They've been changing these vaccines from being like almost 100% effective at being vaccines to basically being a cough syrup, because they don't prevent anything anymore like they were sold to everybody in the beginning. And this is a problem for a lot of people, that why they don't trust what's going on is because everything has been so twisted and changed in the last year that nobody knows what to believe on these. Are they effective? Are they not effective? Do they do anything? And I think that's where a lot of people's minds are, is they don't do anything. If they're pretty much useless, why do we need them?
I'd love for you to send me that article if you can, man, in the DMs after the chat. Like, yeah, those sort of things are it's something for everybody to really think about and keep in mind the fact that I swear to God, I know I get manipulated. I know that I do, and I'm telling you, we've been gaslit by the government, and a good definition is like, I know, Shannon, you said, they haven't said this, and Dusty just pulled up an article when they were, and at the time, maybe you particularly weren't being told this, and you didn't see anybody that was, but I do know that there was a time, and this is what I say, I remember this, but I can't find it. I don't just see it, right? I remember hearing this, like people like Rachel Maddow was 100% down, telling me, yo, you take this vaccine, you're going to be good.
Yep.
Biden even said this. You take this vaccine, there's no chance you're going to get COVID. You're going to be good, man. Just take it. What's the problem, man? What's wrong, man? Just take it. Just take it, man. And I'm like, okay. Okay, I'm going to be good. And I remember firmly when Trump was like, yo, I got this vaccine. It's going to be really good. I'm pushing it out. And people are like, there's not one fucking way in hell I'm ever going to take this vaccine. I'm not taking one thing that came from Trump. I'm not going to put this in my body. That's not happening to me. And then 2 months later, they're like, yo, if you don't take this vaccine, you're a fucking Nazi. I'm sorry for swearing, guys. I'm just like, it's the truth, though. Like, this happened so quickly. And then all of a sudden, it happened so quickly. And now it's been 2 years later. And it's like, we never said that. That was never happening. Like, we didn't say that. No, it's always been just like, it was going to kind of help. No, there was a time when people were saying 100% this will help, and you take this now, and you're going to be good. And now I don't, and that's why I don't hold it against anybody for getting it when they did, especially in the beginning, because it was touted as a fucking cure-all.
Yep.
In the beginning.
And this article is dated March 29th, 2021. That's 11 months ago that this article was written. And that's how much it's changed in under a year, from being the 2 shots. First it was cure, then it's 2 shots, you're good, and now it's boosters every 6 months. And some people on their 4th shot, their second booster, and it's every 4 months now.
Yeah. We're gonna go to Shannon, then we're gonna go to Klutz.
Okay.
Even.
Just to also
mentioned this, we're like nowhere near herd immunity. In order to like stop, diseases from spreading, you would need to get close to herd immunity, which would mean a lot of people would have to be vaccinated. Now, because people were hesitant or didn't want to get it, whatever their choice, which is their choice. So I'm not like anti anybody who doesn't want to get the vaccine or whoever wants it, whatever you want to do. But because of it, we're nowhere near herd immunity. So, like, for example, when we don't have herd immunity, more and more variants come out. A virus will mutate and mutate and mutate until it gets to a point, if it keeps going freely, that nothing will work against it.
Where have
And
most of the variants come out from, though?
from the unvaccinated, and that's proven.
In what
That's
countries?
actually in what countries? Everywhere, but Africa was one. That's where I think Omicron came from.
But
There
they're
were
not coming from the States or Canada, right?
no. Well, some are coming from in here. Some I think came from the U.S. I don't know about Canada, to be honest with you. I know that there was some from Africa. There was some from somewhere in the Middle East as well, I believe. I have to double check, but right now, the only problem I'm seeing is like, with the flu shot, for example, not that this is at all the flu or, I'm just saying like, as far as viruses that mutate, the reason why the flu shot, for example, is not as accurate sometimes is because they don't know how it's going to mutate. And they're assuming that, and the flu is very different than COVID, but I'm just saying as far as mutations go. So with COVID, it has already mutated so many times. So obviously the people who would have had better protection, if they get a mutated version of COVID, like let's say something comes after like all this, which I'm sure it's going to keep happening because we still don't even have close to herd immunity, which means it's going to keep spinning and spinning theoretically.
What number is
So
herd immunity? What number is
herd
herd
immu-
immunity?
I believe it's like 90%
Which Canada
of the
has?
population.
So in Canada,
All
we're
of
eighty-
Canada?
We're
guys,
85 to 90%.
Let me double check.
Guys, before we go on, and she's gonna look up the definition, I'd love to see what it says. So before we go on, what do we consider herd immunity? Are we talking about vaccination rates? Are we talking about infection rates? Are we talking about individuals who have been in contact with the virus that have now have communicated antibodies with themselves? What are we talking about when we talk about what is herd immunity? Because the definition has been changed within the last 3 years.
Well, it would be vaccination rates because even if you catch COVID, they've already proven that you only have antibodies for a very short time compared to the antibodies not that it's so much longer, because obviously we have to get boosters and things like that. But they have proven that your antibodies from catching COVID, generally speaking, obviously each person is slightly different, but generally speaking, if you catch COVID, the antibodies don't last as long as the vaccine if you're vaccinated.
One thing I will pose to everybody is that I'll just say this as a statement. It's not really anything, but I will just say, in my personal opinion, we don't change scientific tongue twisted. We do not change scientific definitions based on one specific virus. Yet we have throughout the past 3 years due to this. That's
Yeah.
not the
Well, this
definition
virus
of
works-
herd immunity.
It's
Well, this
typical.
virus works very differently, which might be why. But I understand what you're saying. I know you want to have something that's like in stone that you can kind of compare it to, which I can respect that. But this is also a virus that has proven to us that we've underestimated it dramatically. All of our countries, I think, were very late
We
in reacting
overestimated it.
to
I'm sorry to cut you off there, but we overestimated it. We had figures that thought millions and millions of people were gonna die, and that's what we put our that's where we based our figures on, and that's where we put our restrictions on and our mandates based on these figures that we had in our heads. That was at like a 20% death rate, which we found it was like a 0.0001% death rate. So things have changed. Once again, we've been gaslit. If you go back and we actually find research from the beginning of this pandemic, people were saying they had a much different tune, where we all thought we were gonna die. Okay, I get it. We were all afraid. We found out the information and we continued to go down the exact same route.
70% has been over the last 100 years widely accepted as the threshold for herd immunity. Once you're above 70%, the immunity in society, in the group, is so high that the spread of a disease cannot flourish. That has always been the threshold. Now we're at a threshold of, I don't even know what it is, because we're at, like you said, 86 fully, 90% first jab, and they're still pushing us to go higher. Like they're talking like 100% or nothing right now, and that makes no sense. If herd immunity was the goal, we should have hit that a long time ago in Canada, and they just keep pushing us more and more. Like if everyone isn't, then nobody's allowed to do anything.
And the reason that we say this and that we bring this up, and I thank you, Shannon, for being so open and able to listen to individuals who have a completely different point of view, is because here in Canada, like we're saying, 90% first jabbed, 86% second, and 70% with the booster here in Canada. And they're still telling us in the House of Commons, directly asked questions, how many people, until you will feel comfortable, to the Prime Minister, asked, do you need 100%? And he dodges the question.
He literally did not answer the question.
Didn't he
Yeah,
walk
did
out
not
on that
answer.
one?
It was so
It's
bad.
like unbelievable to the point. So like that's when we ask you, right? In the United States, if you can look to another country and look at their numbers and say, well, they are this boosted and they're this vaccinated, what would we need, right? Because as it stands right now, the actual governments that are in power, there's something else going on. They don't care about the numbers. If the numbers,
Yeah.
they're fucking up. It's a lie. It's a
Yeah, but-
complete lie. If it wasn't a lie, then we got to 70%. Then we got to 80%. We got to 90%. We're like, yeah, let's do it. And they're like, no, guys, you're not good enough. And we're like, what do you mean we're not good enough? Everybody else said we were good.
Yeah, we're the
This
best.
has been the standard.
We're the highest vaccinated country on the planet, as far as I've been told by the news, and as far as anyone else has said. We're the highest vaccinated country, and we've got BC still putting restrictions in place. We got a prime minister putting restrictions in place. That's what the protests were all about. Like, at what point do we hit the threshold where we say, okay, now we live with what's going on because we've done all we can do, and at this point, it's a fool's race.
And he
I'm gonna move it to
could not
Klutz, and then I'm gonna move it
answer-
up to Shannon.
Yeah. And it just
Klutz.
bothers me that he literally, I forgot about that, to be honest. Like, he literally could not and did not answer that question. That was probably a question. It was a simple, straightforward question. Like,
Mhm.
it was
How many
insane.
people do we need to be happy in
Literally,
Canada for
and
the
he
vaccination
kind of
rate?
like,
Not
it's
even that.
almost
It
like
was,
it's-
do we need 100%? It was straight up, do we need 100%
Yeah.
for you to be happy?
could not
Yeah,
answer the
we
question.
already-
His face
yeah.
kind of went blank, and then he just went on his robotic.
You need to get vaccinated. Please get boosted. It's the best for everybody.
Yeah. Liberals know vaccine.
We get it, man.
Go to this
We've heard it.
We have done our part. Get vaccinated because that's what Canadians voted for.
Yeah. So we've heard the speech. We can all say it in our sleep, like blind. Honestly, at this point. Shannon, how are you feeling up there, the American in the chat?
I'm doing all right. No, the only thing that I will say is like the one thing that is unique about this virus is that it mutates in a way that is so quickly from person to person compared to other viruses. Like we've never had one that moved like this and acted like this, especially right out the gate. Which is why I also think like everybody was like, oh, it's no big deal. Oh crap! At least in my country, I can't speak for your country. I guess you guys were
I
took
think
it
everyone was
drastically
like
opposite.
that. Like I said, no, in the beginning it was like, oh, this is no big deal. Oh shit, everyone's dying. Oh, it is. a
Yeah,
big deal.
exactly.
Like,
Literally,
I'll
just
never
seeing
deny that
all
I
the
think that, like,
corpses. Ugh.
Yeah, but even looking at the numbers, I'm never gonna deny that throughout the past 2 years, there has been something that has happened. There has been an increase in deaths. You cannot deny that there has been something that has happened. My question is, how is it a big deal now? And we have to look at it and be honest with it. And the problem is that we're not able to, because we talk about this shit, but you try talking about this with anybody else, like just a random person, and they're gonna be upset. And the reason is like, why are you upset? I'm trying to figure out what's going on around my own life and your life, and like, should I be worried going to the grocery store? Should I be? I want to know. I don't want you just to tell me. I don't listen to anybody.
See-
That's the problem, though, right?
Yeah, for me, like, I did used to get like very upset, but it was more over the treatment I was receiving as well as other people in the US. I was told to stay home or die. I was told that don't worry, only the disabled are dying. And I said, well, that's great. That's me and my family. And they said, oh, sounds like a you problem. Don't leave your house. I'm like, well, I have to go to my doctor sometimes. They're like, well, that's not my problem. I'm not going to wear my mask around you. And I'm like, cool. So like we basically, the disabled and the high risk Americans, at least for us, I'm sure it happened other places too, were treated as though we were disposable. And a lot of us felt that way. So like I did take it hard in the beginning because I was told like you should die because you're inconveniencing me by existing. And I was like, wow, that's
Was that on
very
the internet,
ableist.
though? Was that on the internet?
It was in person. Like Jersey,
That's
they
pretty
are
good.
like they are
Oh, yeah, you're
nuts.
in
Like
Jersey.
trust me.
You're
I'm in
Jersey.
Jersey. Like you don't mess with
Can't do
people.
it.
You don't mess with
Jersey.
people here. They're
Jersey.
crazy. But same with New York. Oh no, we lost one. But like so like
Yeah.
it was like
You might
painful
come
in the
back. People
beginning.
pop out, pop in.
In the beginning I did take it very personally. Like I was very upset because it was harmful to hear that, like, you know, because I look at my 4-year-old son and I'm like, I can't imagine having to bury him. And like people don't have to think about doing that usually, you know. And so it was a little upsetting and made me a bit angry, but also like I understand with the way that this works, like no way that any scientist has ever seen, or any, you know, immunologist or, you know, microbiologist. It's moving in ways that, you know, no virus really has, at least in modern times. And so I understand that like they only had like this much of the data, and even now they're still just learning like way more about it. But every time a new variant comes out, it's like they have to go back to the drawing boards, you know? And so like to me, and this is not to defend them, but this is to explain that like this is why, like in my opinion, we may never reach it. I don't know if we will ever reach herd immunity, because if new variants, theoretically, if you have a virus and new variants keep coming out, right? And over because of whatever percentage of the unvaccinated population in whatever countries, right? But it just keeps happening over and over. Theoretically, you can make vaccine after vaccine. Theoretically, it could wipe out most of the population over time of the high
But you're
risk,
not
of the
taking into
disabled.
account individuals who just catch it. You're not taking into account, like, we're saying vaccination rate. So 90%, right, have had their first dose in Canada. We're talking about Canada right now. 90% have had their first dose. 70% or 80% have had their second dose. 70% have had their booster, right? That's for you're saying vaccination rate in your definitions. In our definitions, like these are differences of worldviews and the way that we look at viruses and sickness and disease. So in our worldview, the standard has been 70% of not just vaccination rate of individuals who have got this sickness and developed natural immunity or antibodies in their own body towards this. And so when we say we have a at least 70% vaccination rate, and this is like a huge vaccination rate, that's just talking about people that have been vaccinated. In Canada, I guarantee everybody in Canada like has had this within the last 2 years in some way, where it's like, I've been sick. I'm telling you, I've been sick the same as I've been sick every other year. I don't get the flu shot, I get sick. I get the flu shot, I get super sick. And so it's like, I just don't get the flu shot. I've been sick in the same way. This year, actually, I had a little bit more of a chest thing where it was like, oh, like, and I was like breathing, and I had some more chest stuff. I've had that in the past, though. I wasn't worried. I didn't have to go to the hospital. If I did, I did, but I didn't. And so I didn't get tested. I just still chilled by myself, didn't go to the grocery store, didn't go out and like cough on people. But I didn't get tested, and I didn't go to the I didn't go to the hospital. I just took care of myself and made sure that I was okay. And nobody else in my house got sick. There's lots of other people here. And so it's one of those things to really think about. Most people probably have been sick and have had very mild cases, have developed antibodies, and those cases add to the idea of creating herd immunity. But we're not talking about those cases because we're hyper focused on what the media is portraying of what you should be focusing on. And that's the problem. It's a problem. It is a it's a big problem. I respect everything that you say, and the fact that you have issues that you need to make sure that you take care of. And that's the whole thing. No matter who you are, if you have a family, and even for yourself, if you're just an individual person and you don't have a family or anybody else that you care, but you care about yourself, the very first and foremost thing that you should do is make sure that you are okay. No matter what anybody else fucking tells you, you make sure that you do what you think is proper to make sure that you are okay first. And the people that you love and the people that are around you are taken care of in the way that you think is proper. But with that being said, I just feel fear coming from you. Every time we talk, it feels as though you're afraid of the potential of what this is in a different sense. Not that you're afraid that you're not going to go outside and you're not going to live your life and you're not going to do things the way that you should be doing them. It's the difference in the way that we look at what this virus is. And at this point, I do, like I said, I always will, and I do agree that there was a point in time where it was super bad and it could mutate into something worse. And then I could be eating my words and I could be completely wrong. Just
I
right
think
now,
maybe you're
this month in February, going into March, in 2022, we're okay. You can go out without a mask. Maybe by the end of March, I'll be wrong, and I'm fine. I'm open to that. That's why we're having these conversations, right?
yeah. I
Right
just wanted
now-
to tell you though. Sorry.
You're good. No, you're good. I'm done. I'm done.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off
no,
though, because now
no,
I
you
feel
didn't.
bad.
You didn't. No, you
Are you
didn't. I
sure?
was done. I was done. I'm just saying the same thing.
I
over and over
apologize.
again.
No, I do that too. But like for me, like like it's not fear, it's more frustration because I want this to be over. Like I want this probably more than you guys, believe it or not, because being high risk, I'm like, dude, this is annoying. There's so many steps to my day, and I have severe ADHD, so it's like I literally turn back halfway when I leave somewhere every single day. Like it's annoying. So like to me, I probably want this to be over faster than you guys. Like, and especially having, a son that's too young to be vaccinated, but yet is in the high risk group. Obviously, I feel like every day he goes to school, it's like playing chicken. But on the same note, he needs an education, So like, I acknowledge that there's risks and benefits, but like, and I'm pretty calm about it. But like, my whole thing is I'm getting frustrated because I'm like, I want this to end. Unfortunately, I can't control other people, nor do I wish to take away people's rights or freedoms. But on the same note, like with all these new variants, it just seems like this thing is going to be sticking around for a very long time. I don't want it to be, and I'm not saying that in a threatening way either. I'm just saying, like, if you look at the variants that keep coming out of places that have lower vaccination rates, I'm not even talking about Canada, because you guys apparently are doing pretty good, better than the US even. But like, for example, the US, like certain states have such low rates and they're just going to keep sending out variants. And even though I did my part of what I thought I was supposed to do, at least, because I know obviously I can't force them to do things, but they're going to be like potentially the ones spreading the variants, but also complaining that the COVID's still there, like in the irony of that. But on the same note, I understand people wanting to have their freedoms, like not having to be forced to be vaccinated, especially because there are some people who literally are allergic to the vaccine, and for those people, like, what are you going to do? Like, and people are like, oh, well, they'll just have to succumb to COVID one day. And I'm like, well, that's not okay either, because then you're forcing COVID on them, like saying, oh, well, just catch it, it's not so bad. Like, then you're almost forcing that on them. So that's just as wrong as forcing a vaccine on someone, if you think about it, because that's not okay either, to force someone to get a disease that they can't necessarily fight, like purposefully, I mean, not accidentally. You know what I mean? So like, that's the other thing to think about, because there's the rights to not get vaccinated, but it's also like when people are like, oh, well, no, you just have to deal with it and catch it. Like, that's just as bad, in my opinion. If you have that attitude, or like, not saying you do or anyone here does, you guys are very respectful. And again, like, so I walk the fine line because I'm like, I want people to have freedom. Like, I think they should have freedom to choose if they get vaccinated or not, but on the same note, I'm like, I want this over. When will this end? So I'm like right there with you guys. But I do think that unfortunately there are tons of variants. We're nowhere near herd immunity in a lot of places. And until we get there, like where most of the population is vaccinated in certain places, which I don't see coming, I just, I don't know, maybe it will surprise me. Maybe one day, hopefully it will fizzle out. So I'm not like living in fear. It's more like a frustration, like, oh, we're still dealing with this. And I feel that way too. Like, so it's like, it's weird. So like, I take my precautions only because I have a family, we're all high risk and it's what my doctors recommend. But I'm like agitated too, to where I'm like, can't we just have this thing over with? But on the same note, like I still have to keep doing what I'm doing because in the US, like we don't have it under control here, clearly. Although we're not exactly good at, being accountable or responsible here. We're not responsible at all. We love to talk about our freedoms, but never about our responsibilities. We don't have any. We don't care to take care of responsibility. We just care about what we get, like what we're free, what our freedoms are. And that's a big problem in the US too. But,
That
I
makes
can't
a lot
force
of
people to
sense.
be certain ways.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I
I like
respect
how
that
you
opinion.
I like how you see it from both sides, right?
I do. I respect that too. Like that's the weird thing. Like I'm not angry at people who don't want to get it. Like I'm just more like, just wish it would be over. I wish that like the only people I do sometimes get frustrated are the people that are like wishing death on the disabled, that are just like, oh well then you should get this and get it over with. Or the people who are like stay home. I'm like, well dude, I do as much as I can, trust me. But there's times where I have to go shopping and get groceries. There's times where I have to go see my doctor. I'm not going out to clubs. I'm not going out to bars. I'm not going out anywhere. I just kind of hang out anyways. Dude, it's, especially with my health and my kids, I'm a homebody, so like I always was. But, like, I don't know. So it's not living in fear so much. It's more like just agitation. Like I really want it to be over too. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. Like the high risk, we want it over way more than anybody. Like we're just like, oh my gosh, it's annoying.
So I
Well,
think that brings up a really good point. Unfortunately, it is getting late for me
Oh
here
crap.
in Ontario,
Oh
so
my
I'm gonna have
gosh.
to wrap up this show. But I do want to
It's
ask
late.
this and just like state this question to everybody and give everybody the floor to respond, and then also just give whatever they'd like to talk about for as long as they'd like to talk about it. There's no time limit. We can go for as long as you'd like to go and talk about whatever you're gonna say. But with that being said, about the whole situation there with people wanting things to end, that is kind of the encompassing thing. Each time we have a conversation, it really wraps back around into what this channel is about, or what this show is about, whatever you want to call this whole community that we're trying to build. And it's a situation where we disagree. We completely disagree around how we are going to get to becoming normal again. But we both agree that we want to be normal again, right? And that's the thing. We can agree that we have the same end goal. It's about how we want to get there, and the discussions that we have
And how to do
form
it.
and how to do it exactly, right? And the discussions that we have give us the insight around why people believe this is the reason that they should make the choices that they make in order to get to that conclusion. But in the end, we realize the conclusion that we want is the same for so many people around so many issues. It's just, what do you think is the right way to get there? So I'm going to start with Dusty. Give us your opinion, and we're going to move up and Dusty, Shannon, Klutz, and then have a good old end of session discussion here. Yeah.
okay. Sorry, I was responding to somebody. I missed what your question was to us.
Essentially, oh my God, what was my question, guys?
Sorry.
Did you say it's late? We gotta wrap up.
Yeah, right. That's the
Oh
way
my
it
gosh,
goes.
we're all terrible. We all have ADHD. This is awesome.
My question wasn't really a question. It was more of a statement. It was a statement. So we will
'Cause
just
I'm like,
wrap
did I
up
miss
with
it too?
everybody being able just to say whatever they're thinking right now on their mind, because that's what's going on. It's getting late. I'm just stating things, and like I said, I try to keep my opinion out of things, but it's hard because I am biased. I'm not unbiased. I said that from the very beginning. The very first time I streamed, I was like, listen, I'm the host of this show. I'm trying to like have people come on and give their opinions, but I'm never going to pretend like I don't have my opinion. I'm going to interject sometimes, but I will try to keep things neutral. There have been opinions that have come on here that I've disagreed with, but there have been two people on that completely disagreed and one person that didn't agree. And so I've tried to keep things neutral and pose questions that push the boundaries to the individuals that disagreed, because I can keep a nuanced point of view. Even though I disagree with perhaps your point of view, I can still see where you're coming from and try to understand that point of view. And if I have a question around what forms that idea, pose it to the people that are against it, because if they can't tell you why they're against it, then it's going to reinforce your belief for it. So it's about pushing those boundaries. But Dusty, how do you feel?
Yeah.
What are you thinking? Floor is yours.
So I actually want to respond to neurodivergence thing about people telling her that she should get sick, die, and stay home. And you're not the only one that's been getting vitriol thrown at you. I've had people tell me to my face I'm a plague rat, tell
Yeah.
me that I should be dead, that I shouldn't go out because I'm murdering people by being around them. I have had most of my friends disown me in the last year because of the fact that I have not been vaccinated. And I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but I have, and I don't share this with a lot of people, but it just so people have context. I have such a phobia of needles that I have to have the cops called on me if somebody brings a needle out in my presence because I become so violent to escape. I have had a SWAT team to break a hospital door that I barricaded myself in because they wanted to give me a needle because I was having an allergic reaction. I cannot get needles. I tried to jump out of an ambulance in the summer because they wanted to give me morphine after I was in an accident. Uh, I just, I can't. It's not happening ever. If I ever became diabetic, I would be dead within a week because I could not get insulin into my body. And
Wow.
I have been called everything under the sun, told that I should just go and end my life if I don't care about it that much. All sorts of things. People have just lost their humanity in the last year, and it is absolutely disgusting. And I don't know when we stopped actually caring about people's individual situations and why people have to explain their individual situations to every person they come across. I've had more people ask me why I'm not vaccinated like it's any of their business. It's not. It's nobody's business what medical conditions I have or don't have. That that should be my own business, and they don't want to be around me, they can walk away.
So,
Nobody.
sorry, Dusty, did it kind of trigger you in a sense when you heard or saw people saying like, "Oh, the um, the convoy is just a bunch of babies that don't want to get a needle," kind of thing? Like, how did that make you feel?
In the last year and a half, I have been in a constant state of torture. Everywhere I look, there's images of people getting needles. Like, I can't watch somebody on TV get a needle. My favorite show is House, and I probably missed a third of it
Aw.
because I'm covering my eyes
Oh, I love that
every time
show.
needles on the screen. Like, I just can't. So everywhere I go, there's images, there's videos, there's ads. Everybody's just constantly telling me to get a needle, showing me people getting needles. It's been torture. It's
Is
my
it
work.
called typanophobia?
Yep,
Crazy.
it is.
That's really interesting. That yeah. And I was gonna say, do images affect that and everything? So.
Yep.
Oy, oy, oy.
So it's been hell. I've been living
I bet.
a literal year of hell with everything going on. I've been terrified that people are gonna just come knocking on my door and try to give me a needle. And the worst part is that if they come and try to give me the needle, and I freak out, I'm covered under law because it'd be self defense, and I would be not within my right mind. But if I go into like a pharmacy and try to get the needle and freak out and injure somebody, I would be charged because I purposely put someone in danger. It's just it's a messed up situation. I don't wish it on anybody because
And
nobody.
people are trying to actively get you to do that.
Right.
Now you
And-
said this. It's kind of like you don't tell many people. It's
No.
definitely private. I appreciate you telling us and being so open about it on here. I'm just wondering, have you made any videos kind of explaining your situation? Because
No.
yours is the first I've heard. Like, I know people are scared of needles, but I didn't realize there's an actual phobia for it. I mean, there's a phobia really for everything.
Yep.
And they do exist, but you're honestly the first person
I
that I've heard of this, and I can't imagine.
According to my 5 doctors that are treating me for something else, I am the most severe case they've ever seen or heard of.
Wow.
I I even had 3 counselors try to help me through it, and it's only made it worse.
Yeah.
One psychologist, which when all this happened, I was with seeing her, but phone calls only get you so far. And they went on. I've tried to get the exemption. I do have a letter on my on on my TikTok of the letter I got from my doctor saying that due to the government, who apparently knows my medical history better than my doctors, that she cannot give me an exemption, which means that every time they yo-yo these mandates, I'm just left out in the cold. I don't get to have a life because I can't go out and do anything, not because I'm refusing to do something, but because I physically cannot do it. And it's
Or
been
you
driving
put
me.
you put others and yourself, and at risk, right?
Yeah,
To
I've
get
had
something. Yeah.
I've had the cops called on me several times. Like I said, I had a SWAT team have to extract me from a hospital room by busting the door down because I was barricaded myself in the room to not get a needle. Like it's been very severe, and I I'm my doctor has been trying to figure out how to draw blood to do blood tests. And 3 years ago, I had to get an operation. I had a mass that they wanted to check for cancer. Well, they couldn't biopsy it because it was a needle. So they had to surgically remove it no matter what it was. And so they gassed me out on the operating table. They couldn't have the IV in the room. They couldn't have any needles in the room. There was 11 people outside in the next room over with all the needles and everything. The second I went under, because they needed a clean blood sample, they drew all the blood they could while I was under, before they started the surgery, just to get the first blood tests in 8 years.
Wow.
That's what I was gonna ask though. Um, wouldn't it make the most sense for anywhere that you go just to like put you under? Wouldn't that make the most sense for any logical doctor? Just be like, hey, okay, so hey, how's it going, Dusty? You're coming in for a checkup. Put on your mask, and then they don't tell you what the fuck you're like. You know what I mean? You know you're going there for something, but like they don't need to bring nothing out. They're just like, hey
Well,
man, put on the mask, and then they do
there,
their shit when you're put out. Like,
there's a
But
few reasons that they don't do that. One is cost, because you have to have an anesthesiologist.
yeah,
Then you have to have somebody monitoring you the entire time until you
yeah,
wake up.
it's
The
that in
second,
itself is risky, right?
the
Like
second,
yeah, you're
I
right.
have a fear of going under. I got my
yeah,
wisdom teeth out, not being
Okay.
put under. I've had to been put under once, and I was this agitated, irritated. I've never been so mean to a nurse before, but it was out of fear. I do not like the thought of people being around me while I am not there. That is what I have a fear of. So, but my dad's a veterinarian. I can stand in blood. I've seen it all. Like I don't have a fear of that. It's like physically not being
yeah.
there. I don't know. So
Yeah.
I do have a fear of kind of like that hospital. So I understand in a sense how that feels, but not to that extreme. Absolutely not.
Yeah,
So that's
and
wow.
there's always a chance you don't wake up when you're put under, and
Yeah.
it doesn't matter if you've been put under once or 100 times. There's always a chance you don't wake up. Well, with this
Mhm.
injection, they would have to put me under every 6 months for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
pretty dangerous in of itself,
Yeah.
right?
So
And then
so why bother just getting one, right?
right, like
No, yeah, good point.
so it's absolutely unfeasible. In otherwise the doctors would have done it by now. But there's just no way around it. The only way is I have to be conscious, and I have to basically, they could try to strap me down, but as long as I'm conscious, I'll fight. And
Yeah.
you can't give a needle to somebody who's fighting. That's just not happening. So
Not 1906. They can't bop you in the head and knock you out either.
been suggested. It has been. I've had a few people offer. I'm not sure how I can take that.
Right.
But yeah, so it's been a tough year and a half here with everything going on, and with them talking about mandatory vaccination as a thing, even though it's supposed to be illegal in Canada. They were talking about making it mandatory that everybody had to get vaccinated by law, and I was losing my mind. And no doctors can help me because no one's allowed to give an exemption because the government decided that they get to decide what the exemption was rather than doctors doing their job on an individual case.
Yeah.
So it's been a rough go, but the one thing I did want to talk about tonight, that at the very beginning, and I'm going to say it now because I get the chance, was I actually wanted to talk about TV shows, people's favorite TV shows and why. And mine's House because I love that cantankerous old man. He is hilarious.
Right? He's awesome. Even though you have a fear of needles. I love it. I love it. So you just close your eyes. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Like every scary movie that I watch, this is how I watch.
The fear mask.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah,
I personally don't. I don't have a favorite TV show. I really don't. I just I don't know. I don't watch too much TV. You know what I really do love to watch, and I'm going to watch another one after the stream is over. I watch them every night to go to bed, and sometimes through the day. Sometimes if I'm home, I'll turn one of these on. Things like what was it? Last night I watched a movie called like Mega Fault Line, where it was like these guys blew up this stuff, and all of a sudden this fault line blew up throughout the entire world, and it was like the most extreme, crazy thing. But it all started.
From 2009.
Makes sense, probably. Yeah. It all started with if you're gonna look up a movie that's like amazing to see like the perspective of what I'm talking about, Jurassic Attack. The best, worst movie I have ever seen in my entire life. It's amazing.
So
It's
kind of
my
like
favorite.
satires or parodies, but like just
No, they
not
were
even
so
that.
serious. When you watch it, they were serious. They were trying to make a good movie, and it's
so like
the
B movies,
worst.
but like C movies.
Oh yeah, it's the worst. It's so bad, and it's so good that I'm willing to watch it again. And I love this sort of stuff, right? And I've done on my YouTube channel. I stopped doing political stuff for a while, and I started doing stuff like movie reviews and things like that. And I'd watch movies with the chat that wanted to come in, but you can't do that because every time I'd be watching for like an hour, and then all of a sudden stream would go down because I'd get a copy strike or copyright claim, and then like it was just so annoying. It was so bad. But I'm telling you right now, Jurassic Attack, the best worst movie out there. Oh my god,
I'll have to look it up.
I'm a fan. Yeah, I love it. But yeah, I guess Shannon, do you have anything that you'd like to say here tonight before we end the stream?
Just that hopefully this is over for all of us. Obviously, like I think you guys probably got by now, like I'm all for freedom, but I also want this thing to end. But I understand that it's highly complicated. I don't like politicians giving advice on it. I'd rather it come from doctors and scientists. That's just how I feel. And by that I mean actually decent ones, not paid off ones.
You mean you don't want Fauci telling you what to do?
No, I don't actually. I'm American. I don't like anyone telling me what to do. So, period. I'm stubborn as hell. But like if I wasn't probably in the condition I was in, who knows? Like if my thought might be different. Although my kids are also high risk. So, either way. And on top of that, like I don't know. That's just the way I kind of see the world, probably because of the way I've always been, because I've always had kind of like minor issues. By the way, Mr. Houseman,
check out episode 718, The Dig. There was a woman with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome who kept having miscarriages, and that's one of my conditions. So,
Well, I've,
Okay, so with that being said, everybody keeps talking about House here, but you guys can't
Sorry.
all use House as your favorite shows. Okay?
No, I
give my
like House.
perspective, you
I
give
like
it- so
House.
what's
All right, all
what's
right.
your favorite show?
well, I love any kind of like documentaries. Believe it or not, I do like conspiracy theories, but like only mostly like the alien ones. The ones up like, you know, about the car. I think I told you in the past, the car that ran on water. I think that one's a real one. Along with a handful of others that have like significant, you know, information that like we're just waiting for them to be like, yeah, this is real, and we're like, yeah, we've known. You know, but other than that, I love documentaries. I love you know, anything like that, and then I love Grey's Anatomy. Um, what else? Like a lot of weird, quirky horror shows, Black Mirror stuff, and like I don't know, I'm all over the map. Like mine's usually medical science, documentaries, crime, you know, all the healthy stuff, you know, that shows that somebody's not mentally disturbed. Like fall
Yeah,
asleep
right.
like while someone's getting murdered. They're like, she stabbed her husband 42 times. I'm like, ah, good night. And my other half's like, what the?
Yeah,
I'm like, it's a
right?
survival mechanism, okay? But
and then
it's
one
calming because it's not happening to me. So sorry. But yeah. So either way, I you know, I just hope that this whole thing ends soon. You know, and like with the masks and stuff, like this is why I'm kind of hoping because he can't wear one yet, or not mask, but he can't get vaccinated yet. So I would get him because of his high risk status, but you know, I know some parents wouldn't want to ever do that, but with him being high risk, I feel like if this is going to stick around for a while, which it looks like it is, I want to try to like get us back to normal, some type of normalness, you know, more normal, because I don't like living this way either. So, but anyways, on to the next.
Well, thank you for those thoughts and those opinions. They're very much appreciated. Klutz, how are you feeling?
Good. I just found some stuff just because I just started typing. And I don't know if I got anywhere with it really, but it's just interesting. But before I quickly go on to this here, y'all gotta watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but more than that, you gotta watch Superstore. So I'm that type of person that, yeah, it's on Netflix. We originally saw it on Amazon Prime, but now it's on Netflix too, so more accessible. For some people, and it's just hilarious. It's all about this shenanigans that goes on about like in this like say Walmart type store, and it's too funny. They have some pandemic episodes in there too at the end, and honestly, like it is like I like my funny shows. I get anxieties, especially if I watch like things like Game of Thrones where like kids are dying and stuff like that. I can't fall asleep watching that. And really the only time I do have time to watch shows and stuff like that is as I'm like going to bed, right? So I really like my goofy, funny shows. So, but Brooklyn Nine-Nine was so awesome because they connected the last episode with the first episode, and so many shows on Netflix and all that stuff, they seem to just end or they get canceled or whatever, right? And it's so frustrating. But that is one show that actually has an end. So Superstore, you got to watch it. I've watched the end twice now, and it has made me cry both times because it so powerfully connects the first episode. It's just amazing. Anyways, I could go on about movies all day. So
noise.
yeah, nice. Love it. Okay, so going back to this, because I looked up vaccination rates. I love how we get off topic and talk about it's great. It's great. And then you're like, oh, now I got to talk about COVID again. Fuck.
Yeah, right.
But if you go to so okay, all the moment everyone's been waiting for here. No. So I looked up ourworldindata.org/COVID-vaccinations. Pretty sure this is a reliable source here. So it goes share of people vaccinated against COVID-19 as of February 24th, 2022. So I guess yesterday, but 2 days ago. It's midnight. And Canada's vaccination rate. So the highest vaccinated country is actually the United Arab Emirates at what does that say? Oh, sorry. It shows the share of people partially vaccinated as well. So with that combined, they're at 99%. And then Canada, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Canada's number 7. So if you
Wow.
guys want to go do your own kind of digging with that and see where the United Arab Emirates, you can Google their population. You can see what their COVID restrictions have been, etc. So I went all the way down to Nigeria, and they're the least vaccinated country, looks like from this chart, at 8.1% total. So their complete initial protocol share of people is 3.6% fully vaccinated. 4.5% are partially. A total of 8.1%. So I go to Nigeria's, Nigeria's COVID cases. So their deaths are at 3,142 overall. I'm getting this from worldometers.info/coronavirus/country/Nigeria. I'm pretty sure that's overall 3,100 deaths, and they have the lowest vaccination rate. Also, their population is 329.5 million.
Did you just say 300?
Their population is 329.5 million. The states, what's the population of the states here, guys?
338 million, I think.
USA population is Nigeria's. Oh, hold on. a
Which is
sec.
bad. I have no idea. I'm
Oh.
such a bad American.
Oh shit! No, that's my bad. Sorry. Okay, Nigeria's population is 206.1 million. That's my bad, there, guys. The
Not
USA
that far
is
off.
the US. No, it's not. So it's not terrible. Just disprove my point here. The US is 329.5 million, and Nigeria is 206.1 million. And from what I can see here, it
And
looks
that's
like
even
they're-
after. Oh, sorry.
No, I know. Go
My
ahead.
bad. I'm like,
But-
even after so many of us died, I'm sorry. That's why I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Sorry. Continue. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, all good.
But that's what I think that she's bringing up, though. It's like we're looking into, like, you know, we all have different opinions around potentially the reasons as to why. Nobody wanted anybody to die, and the question is, why did this happen? And when you look at different statistics around different countries and the way that they handled this pandemic, you can now, not that we can put blame on anyone, we can just look at how things were handled and say, going forward, what is the best solution? Because these guys, they did nothing, and look at them. Like, they're
So-
doing good.
I'm Googling what are the COVID mandates in Nigeria, because if they were like so insane that they literally locked everyone in their homes for like the last 2 years, that would make sense, right? So I try to think critically, and I try to look and piece all these facts together that maybe not everyone is piecing together. And you can go digging and you can go down a rabbit hole, but you can go digging on sites that aren't necessarily conspiracy theory sites, this, that, and the other thing. And you can form your own opinions from the numbers, but it's just interesting that their COVID cases are in Nigeria, just over 254,000. Their deaths to date are just over 3,100, and they have the lowest vaccination rate in the world from what that chart showed me.
That's insane.
So that's what I
very
found.
interesting. Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm not like, it's not fake news. I could be misinterpreting the data, but you need to do that digging around, and people are gonna do that because no one trusts anything anymore. So
And the information's there, and if you have an inquiring mind, you want to learn for yourself, and so why would you not look to, hey, what happens in a country that decides they don't want to vaccinate? What do
but
their numbers look like?
I don't think I've personally seen that question posted anywhere. I haven't seen anything about Nigeria.
No.
You hear everything about
Never.
Israel, like, yeah, Israel, you kind of hearing that right at the beginning, where it's like, oh, Israel is, their cases are going up and they're the most vaccinated, like, what's going on? And then all of a sudden, that news release is gone and everyone forgets about it.
It's kind of like what we were saying before. It's like, it's who controls the narrative. And so instead of framing it from the perspective of, let's look at the unvaccinated countries and see where their numbers are at, the narrative is, what are the vaccinated countries doing? Well, these are this vaccinated, they're still getting cases. It's like, okay, so what are the unvaccinated countries doing?
See, and
We're
someone
not
just
looking at
said
it from that perspective.
the sun killed all the COVID in Africa, in Nigeria. And that's,
Yeah.
you know, that's one of those things where someone could be like, you know, just, put yourself in a tanning bed? Like, I don't know. But people will just find excuses, right? But unless they make scientific sense. But how do you make scientific sense of that? Unless there's a valid reason that they had some kind of mandates, which is what I'm trying to find right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we only have 4.5 million in Alberta, and we have 3,200 deaths, and it just keeps climbing every day. Like, we're not even close to that type of population, and we're matched on deaths. I don't know what BC's got or Ontario, but I think Canada wide it's a couple 10,000.
Yeah, we're up pretty high. I'd say Ontario is probably even more than that.
Oh,
It's like
where'd
whose
she go?
phone died. Her phone died.
Oh no.
Yeah. We are gonna
Aw.
end the show though, so I do appreciate Clues for coming out and giving us that information. And you know what? I think everybody here would be appreciative if she made a video on that topic. I know that I would as well, and I know that it's good information for everybody to go up and look for themselves. Even if, like she said, if we're misinterpreting the information, somebody out there who has a knowledge in interpreting numbers better than we do could explain why, and that would be good, right?
Did she say Canada is asking, or on the cards, on your guys' cards, there's like some weird creepy thing, like she was saying something about a code or something, or a QR thing?
QR code, yeah.
Yeah, we have a
Oh.
QR code system where like you have to download an app onto your phone and then link it with your like health card and your SIN number and stuff, and then it stores all of the information from your vaccination status, but it also stores stuff like your driver's license, your SIN number, your police records, your like there's so much stuff that it stores.
Wow.
It's super
That's
invasive.
creepy. Yeah, because I was gonna
Yeah.
say in the US we're pretty darn, like, after 9/11 we lost pretty much all of our stuff. Like, and people claim we didn't, but I'm like, yes, we did.
And like you
Um,
said, when you go into a restaurant, instead of showing your card,
But mine looks like
pull out
this.
your phone and they
I
scan
covered
your
up
QR
I covered
code.
up the personal info, like with just stickers just now, like, so that way
Yeah.
my identity doesn't get leaked, and I covered up the lot numbers just to make sure that nobody can hijack them. But this is mine. Like, there's nothing really that special about it. So
The
like, there's
scariest
no
part is
QR.
like the scariest part is like, of course, for you and I, and like we're
There we
older,
go.
we can get away with just like doing this sort of thing as it stands right now. But if you were in high school in certain areas, they are using these QR codes for things like signing into school, and so like because you need your vaccinations in order to come back to school, and then so you have your vaccination, you have your QR code, and then when you come to school, you sign in by scanning your QR code, and then they know your attendance. And so it's like it's straight up like the social credit system. It's just a slow implementation of this stuff. But
And
we
I,
can go
It's
on all
creepy.
night. We can, yeah,
I
we can
agree.
go on
I
all
agree
night.
with you there.
Yeah,
If I would have a
Yeah.
problem with that too, so
I-
I'd be like,
yeah,
"What are you
it's
doing?"
weird.
I
It's
think
weird. It's weird.
I think the creepiest part about the whole QR thing is they're not using a company phone or a scanner or anything. They're all using their personal cell phones to scan your QR code,
That's
and
completely unsecured.
like open networks, the whole nines. Like it, you walk into a
Yeah.
place, and I'm not vaccinated, so I don't have a QR code. I don't have. There's no point. It'd just be blank, and it apparently it'd come up with a big red X. But I watch these people, and the girls at the bar or the restaurant or at the stores, they pull out their personal phones from their back pockets, hold their camera over it, and it scans it and opens up whatever it does, and they go, "Oh yeah, you're good." It's like, um, wait, that's that's your personal cell phone. Like anybody can just download this thing, scan everybody, and nobody knows what happens with once it's scanned. Does the phone keep the information? Does it make a record like when you scan other QR codes? It's just so bizarre.
Yeah, I do agree. We could go on about this all night, though, guys.
Oh,
I agree,
yeah, sorry.
and I thank you guys for coming in for the chat and for the conversation this evening. It's always great to have you guys in here and get different perspectives. It's great that we don't really agree on everything, but are friendly enough and friends, I guess we could say, in a way that we can get a good conversation across and learn different things from each other instead of just reiterating the same things that we already know over and over again, right? That wouldn't be fun. It wouldn't be a conversation. That's literally just an echo chamber. So I enjoy these kind of conversations, and I appreciate both you guys coming out, and I appreciate Klutz coming out as well. She dropped out, and like she said as well, which is a good point there that I want to say. Some places do have one device that they use for all the QR codes, but many places are just personal phones. So it's just, and there's no regulation. So that's the whole thing. No one's saying what you have to do, which is super crazy. That's even worse almost. So yeah, just bring it. Yeah, download the app. Everybody download the app on your phone and any server. And now you do it. But with that being said, thank you guys for coming out tonight. It's been a good chat. And I'll be live again tomorrow. We'll have more conversations. Perhaps we will have a more fluent discussion. But tonight was just open talks about whatever we wanted to talk about. And that's what we did. Right?
Sorry to give everybody nightmares about phones.
Yeah, right? No, you're good. You're all good. But yeah, thank you guys for coming out. I appreciate you guys. Have a good evening.
Yeah, you
Take
too.
care.
Having us.
It's been very good chats tonight with everybody. I appreciate everybody for coming out, everybody for talking in the comments below. I really do enjoy everybody that comes out and the perspectives that they give in the conversations. It's been really great. And this is the community that we're trying to build. It's a group of people who are willing to listen to ideas that they necessarily would not have in a daily basis. With that being said, if you'd like to support the channel, you can always hit up the PayPal, open the debate, and that's how you can support the channel monetarily. But if you just want to be here and comment below, that helps us out immensely. Share the chat to anybody that, share the conversation with anybody that you may think disagrees, so they can come in and they can have a conversation themselves and help build the community. That is what we're here to do. I appreciate everybody that has been here this evening. Good conversations. My name's Elder. This has been the Open Debate. And with that being said, be your own hero, kids.